Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another Wednesday night live stream with me, Pete, Playtendoguy, Andy from Forgotten World of Movies,
Hi, guys.
and Mike from Cinema Axeman.
Hello.
We're back for another Wednesday night live stream. We do have a special guest. Movies with James is coming. He's coming on about half past eight. So he won't be long until he comes. So yeah, so we'll just have a little chat, go through the comments, and then he'll join in about an hour's time. So that sounds like a good plan. So yeah, so how we all been doing? Been doing all right?
Yeah, all good. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yes, that's great to hear. I'm just going to ask you the same question I always ask. What was the last movie you watched? I can't remember what I watched last.
I think I went to the cinema this weekend. I went to see Sonic 2. And I really enjoyed it. I think I probably liked it a bit more than the first one.
Oh, that's good.
The two of them, I think, really go hand in hand well together. There were two scenes in the second one that, for me, just went on way too long. But I won't say which ones.
Yeah.
In case anyone hasn't seen it. But the bits where with Sonic and those characters were on screen, I really enjoyed. Yeah.
Oh, glad to hear you enjoy it. I'm looking forward to watching it. I'm hoping the cinema will show it here sometime soon. I've heard great things, so
yeah, it's good. It's not the best movie ever, obviously, but yeah, it's enjoyable for what it is. Yeah,
a good continuation of the first one.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, that's good. It's good to hear. What about you, Mike?
Last film I watched, I found this is on the premium collection. I found it in CEX for quite cheap. It's a movie called Badlands with Martin Sheen and Sissy Spacek. It was pretty good. Yeah. I watched that last night.
Oh, that's good. I can't even remember that one on the premiums. Is that one of the earlier ones?
Yeah, I think it's like number 50 something. I'm not too sure how many there are now, but yeah, I think that's quite early.
I think it's about 160 now.
Yeah, I think it's 160.
Yeah. As for me, the last film I watched was surprisingly Saturday night, and that was The Beast Must Die on the Indicator label. Really enjoyed it. Very sort of campy sort of whodunit from the 70s, but it was fun. The werewolf was just a dog in a fur coat, but them special effects were very special indeed. But it was a fun time, and the booklet you get with it is really nice.
Okay.
But yeah, well, let's get on to the comments. And first up, we have Retro Girls, Lisa and Michelle here saying, "All right, lads, hope you're all doing okay. I started the Rocky franchise today for the first time. I'm on the third one already. Anyone a fan?"
Yep.
Yeah,
love those
great films.
Yeah, I'd say the fifth one for me is probably the weakest, but I still get some enjoyment from it. But yeah, they're a lot of fun. You would think a movie about a movie franchise about boxing would run out of steam at some point, but these really do hold up and are really, really fun movies.
I do agree. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I love them. Like childhood classics, really. I think the first one is probably the best movie, but I think my personal favorite is the fourth one. It's just so ridiculously 80s, but just so much fun. I think, like Andy says, that the fifth one's probably the weakest, but I still like it. Just one of them has to be the weakest, so it would just have to be that one. But yeah, I love the whole franchise. It's great.
Right, yeah. I watched them all a couple of years back during the lockdown. Loved them. Got the box set. First one's the best film. Second one's really good. Third one's great with Mr. T and Eye of the Tiger. The fourth one is just 80s overload. It's a lot of fun. It's the shortest one, but it's the most fun. Soundtrack's superb.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of 5. I've just found that one a struggle to get through, to be honest.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah.
Rocky Balboa was much more better, I thought. It was a much more good end story. And 2 Creed films are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Creed 2 brought more relevance to Rocky 4. I think it made Rocky 4 a better movie, I think, Creed 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. There's also a director's cut of Rocky 4. I have seen it, and it does include a few extra scenes, but it's not really much difference, to be fair.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen that director's cut. I enjoyed it, but I think I prefer the campiness of the original one. It made that movie a bit too serious for me, but it was still interesting to watch with the extra scenes.
I do agree. I think we're getting a Creed 3 later this year, aren't we?
Yeah, but I don't think Sylvester Stallone's going to be in it. I think it's just going to
No.
be about what's his name? Is it,
Adonis.
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 Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain Michael B. Jordan's directing that one as well.
Okay.
That'd be quite interesting.
Yeah.
Next up, we've got Rhodey here saying, "Thank God you went live. You really saved my mood." Oh, hope you're doing well, Rhodey.
Yep.
Yeah. Glad we could cheer you up.
Yeah.
Edward's here saying, "Evening all. Hope you're all okay and had a lovely Easter. What's your favourite movie to watch at Easter?"
I don't really have one. I can't really sort of associate a movie with Easter, to be honest.
Watership Down and a box of tissues and a big box of chocolates.
What are you using those tissues for, Pete?
To cry.
Yeah, Watership Down. Great movie. I don't know. I can't really pinpoint a movie that I associate with Easter.
Only hot, but it's awful.
I've never seen it. Never seen it.
Don't save yourself the torture. Ugh. But did you have any Easter eggs?
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, what Easter eggs did you get?
I had a Terry's chocolate orange one and a cream egg one, and I've got a Lindt white chocolate one as well.
Oh, wow, jealous there. Love the Lindt white chocolate ones. Really nice. What about you, Mike?
Did I get an Easter egg?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got one off my boss, but I got it like early March for some reason. So
Okay.
I think the idea was to save it till Easter, but I think I just ate it that night. So, but over the Easter weekend, no, I didn't have any.
I got a Lindt one and Cadbury's chocolate one, and I still haven't had them yet. My dad got 3, but they all went the same day. No surprises there. But we've got Ash here from Popcorn and Horror saying, "Evening, gents, and welcome,
Ash.
James." Hi, Ash. Hope well. We've got Bumpers Movies here saying, "Evening all. Evening, mate.
Hi.
Hope you're well." We've got The View with Drew saying, "Hey, what's up?" Hey, Drew.
I drew.
Drew.
Ash says, "So guys, if you could travel back in time to see a movie at the cinema on original release, which classic movie would you go back and see? And also, which personal favourite movie would you go back and see?"
I'd love to go back and watch Empire Strikes Back when that first came out. Just see how that ending, the way that sort of what impact it would have had at the time.
Yeah.
I think that's sort of like that sort of answers both those questions for me.
Yeah, that's good. I would say Back to the Future or Jurassic Park. Be quite cool.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'd say maybe Jaws. I think that'd be quite good to see on the big screen back in the day. Yeah, that probably answers both for me as well.
Yeah. The original Star Wars: A New Hope would be, because I remember watching footage on TV, and there used to be queues around the corner for the cinemas for that when that first came out. It was a real cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
We've got Lisa and Michelle saying, "What is the one movie you wish you could watch for the first time?"
It's a hard one.
I was going to say 7 just to experience the lust kill for the first time again. But probably not.
I know Mike said this, but I would kind of wish I could watch the James Bond movies again.
Yeah.
For the first time.
Yeah.
That's a good pick, actually. Yeah, I agree.
Just because I think it would be a lot of fun to go into that blind. You've got a series of 25 films now, and just to watch them all blind would just be, I think, quite a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Same could be said for many franchises, such as like the Harry Potter and Star Wars stuff as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got Peter saying Playtendo fuckers here. Thanks, Peter. We've got Josh here saying, hey guys. Hey Josh, hope you're well.
Hey Josh.
The Beaver Drew says, good news, saw the 4th episode of Midnight. It was good, but it was actually the worst of the 4 episodes.
Okay.
I still haven't seen it yet. Have you seen any episodes?
No. I've not really been following it. The only thing MCU new I've watched is the new Thor trailer.
Yeah, same here.
But the episodes they all can't be good. I think you're gonna have some hits and misses.
I've heard it's really good. I've heard a lot of people seem to be enjoying it. I'll give it a go when all the episodes are out. I think there's like 6 episodes, but it's only a limited series.
Yeah.
I've got Josh saying, I saw The Northman yesterday and it was honestly perfect. Will you guys go and see it?
Yeah, I do want to see it at some point.
Yeah, same. Maybe not at the cinema, but I'll definitely pick it up at some point.
Yeah, I'll want to see it. The trailers look good. The cast looks great. I still want to watch The Lighthouse, and is it The Witch or Bitch or whatever it's called?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll give it a go. We've got Carlos here saying, hi guys. Hey Carlos, hope you're well. Carlos. Sub says, Pete, are you a DJ? Well, my dad thinks I'm working for Radio 2. He come up here saying, are you working for Radio 2? I said, no. The business meeting again. Actually, to be fair, it's different than last week. Somebody said I look like a Cyberman. Carlos says, I enjoyed Badlands, very similar to Natural Born Killers, Mike, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only difference is I like Badlands and I hate Natural Born Killers.
That's why I was laughing at that, because I know Mike fucking despises.
Oh, you're not a fan of that one then?
No, I just can't take to that movie at all.
Yeah, I can get where you're coming from with that. It's certainly very out there.
Yeah.
It's one of those. It's one movie I watch, and whenever I watch it on rewatch, I like it less and less. I don't know why, but
yeah.
I remember watching it as a kid and really enjoying it for some reason. My dad said, "Watch this film. This is a good film for a kid." Probably not.
Yeah.
No. I was about 6 or 7 at the time, so that's probably why I don't mind it. But I've got it, so I'll give it a rewatch soon. So.
Yeah.
Soph says, Mike, you are looking handsome. Have you had a haircut? Andy looks all right, and I suppose Pete is just Pete. Haha.
Thanks, Soph. Making me blush, but yeah, I've had a haircut.
Peter says, oh, and let me add this. Yeah.
Yeah.
Soph saying hi, Peter, and Peter saying hi, Soph. Josh says, I like Creed a lot, but I don't really connect with the franchise.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I can understand that. I watched the original ones first, then watched the Creed, so yeah, that was the best way to watch it, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I grew up with those. I remember a time when there was only 5 movies. You know, they're the ones I grew up with. But,
yep.
Yeah. Peter says, is the film Creed as bad as the band Creed?
I've never listened to Creed.
Nor have I.
Yeah, yeah. The film's better.
I didn't even know there was a band called Creed.
Yeah, I'd be one of the first people to say I thought the movie Creed was a terrible idea when it first got announced. I thought just leave it alone. You know, I thought it was going to be awful, but I was proved wrong.
Yeah, I agree. When it first was announced, there was a lot of people saying, "Nah, it's not going to work. It's not going to work." But it was really good.
Yeah,
Stallone was really good at it, I must admit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Carlos says, Pete, Andy, and Mike, movie face-off, Rocky versus Raging Bull, preferred movie, guys, and good news, Criterion has just announced a 4K release of Raging Bull for July.
Awesome. I mean, I love both movies, but for me, I just have more of a connection with Rocky.
Yeah. Mike?
Yeah, it'll be Rocky for me. I actually picked up Raging Bull on Blu-ray quite recently. I found it in CEX because I haven't seen that movie in probably over 10 years. And when I watched it, I remember not really liking it that much. But I want to give it another go now that I've picked it up. But at the moment, it'll probably still always be Rocky for me.
Yeah. For me, it's Rocky. I've never seen Raging Bull. It's another one of these famous films I still haven't seen, but it's Robert De Niro, isn't it? Raging Bull?
Yeah, Martin Scorsese. Yeah.
That's another one that I'll have to pick up and give a watch, but yeah, Rocky's so good. Lisa Michelle says, I will be watching the Creed movies after. Yeah, that sounds good. In for a treat. Yep. Ash says, glad to see you back on your channel again, Andy. I do agree.
Oh, thanks, Ash. Yeah, I was in the mood to make a video, so I just thought, you know what, let's do it.
Yeah. Josh says, box of tissues, dirty boy. Bumpers Movie says, Critters 2 is an Easter movie.
That is true. Yeah.
Ooh. I didn't know that. I might have to have a look, see if I can find that one. I did watch the first one, really enjoyed the first one, so
yeah, I like the first two.
Yeah. How many is there? Like 4 or
5? I've only seen 4 of them. I'm sure there's like a 5th movie, but it's like really hard to get hold of.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those franchises a little bit in limbo. But from what I've seen, I enjoy them for what they are. You know, as the sequels go on, they get less perfect, shall we say? But yeah, I like the first 2.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
You seen any of them, Mike?
Yeah, I've seen the first, the 4 of them, if there is just 4. Honestly, it's not really a franchise I'm that into. I think I'm not really a big fan of like little creature movies like Critters or Ghoulies and stuff like that. But I think my favorite one was probably the 4th one where they're in space.
Yeah.
Which is probably, for most people, is probably the most hated one. But I just thought that one was so ridiculous that it was entertaining.
Oh. I know there's like a new TV series, isn't there? A new binge or something that was like a few episodes long. And there's like one called Critters Attacks that came out a few years ago as well.
Yeah.
Lisa Michelle says, I had a dairy milk and a Dreadful Galaxy Easter egg, lol. Why is the Galaxy Easter egg so dreadful? They're quite nice. I like the caramel.
Yeah, I like Galaxy.
DVD Philbrook says hi. Hi, mate. Josh says, did you hear about Jason Momoa is going to be in the Minecraft movie? To be fair, he does look like a live-action Steve, blocky man.
I didn't hear that.
Yeah, it's true. I've heard they're doing one of them. I don't know why we need a Minecraft movie, but we are. We're also getting a Streets of Rage film as well from the director John Wick.
Okay.
I'm like, they're pulling these video game franchises out of anywhere now.
Yeah.
Pete says, okay, I'm going to assume the film Creed really is as bad as the band called Creed. And no, Creed is brilliant. Filmers.
Yep.
Yeah, I really like it. I like both of them.
Yeah, I agree. They're both great. DVD and Filmplex says, I recently saw Who Dares Wins, which is a below-average action film with really, really dodgy politics.
I've heard of it, but I don't think I've seen it.
No, not seen it.
The only thing I've been thinking of is the National Lottery game. We've got one here, someone here called Andy Lights. Did any of you watch the East episode of Doctor Who? And if you did, what are your thoughts?
No, I didn't watch it.
No, not seeing it.
I watched it. It was all right. It was one of the better episodes, but then that doesn't mean much. There were some cool scenes there. Still not keen on the whole new era Doctor Who, but the final episode of the Jodie Whittaker era looks quite interesting because they're bringing back some older characters. So I think it's going to be like a feature length episode, like 2 hours long. This one was quite disappointing because it was only like 45 minutes long and felt like it was tacked on from last series. We've got Gareth here from Video Tasties saying, evening fellas. Thanks for joining, Gareth.
Yeah.
Hey, Gareth.
Deep from Filmblock says, also, as my pile of clean VHS tapes is increasing, I'm starting to feel remorse about the 30 or so I will tape to the tip. He also continues to say, I might, if I feel like it, clean the ones I don't want and send them to a good home.
That sounds bad.
That does sound like a good idea. Continues to say, for context, I was helping my granddad clean out his garage and found his VHS collection and he let me have them for free. Sadly, pretty much all of them had started with mould.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the downside to VHS.
I should imagine all mine upstairs in the loft have got mould in. I've been up there for like 20 years, so highly likely.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible's here saying, evening, you film buff beauties. Hey, Dr. Impossible.
Thanks, Dr. Impossible.
Lisa Michelle says, Andy, do you have the fish eye effect on your camera, or are your shelves naturally curved?
Yeah, it's the dodgy camera. I can't really change it. Unfortunately, I think it's just like a set feature on the camera, which is really annoying. But yeah,
I haven't really noticed it till now.
yeah.
Deep and Filmblock says, I've already cleaned about 17 of those tapes, but there were like 50 or so in total. Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, doing a great job. We've got Jules here saying, hello, you lovely lot. Hey, Jules. Hope you're well.
Hi, Jules.
She also says, great video, Andy. Loved it. Outstanding actress.
Thanks, Jules. Yeah, no, she's one of my favourites. So I was watching some of her movies on Sunday. It wasn't planned or anything, but I think I ended up watching Mermaids, and then I was like, I'll watch something else with her in. And I think I ended up watching about 4 movies with her in. So I was like, all right, well, I'll make a list about it because I do quite like her. So
that sounds like a really good way to spend a day watching a Winona Ryder films.
Yeah, because some of them are really, really good.
They are.
Yeah.
Josh says, rewatched Old last night, and honestly, it's so funny.
Yeah, it's unintentionally funny, but yeah, it is.
I think if you treat it as a comedy, it's a good film, but as a horror film, it's not.
I've heard the acting is really bad in it.
There's a lot of things bad about it. It's just the way it's filmed, you're just like, what am I meant to be looking at? Like, what's going on? Like, it's really dodgy. It's a really good concept, but it's just executed so badly.
Yeah, the premise sounds cool, but like all the trailers I've seen and footage of it just like put me off straight away. It's like, this is so cheesy. This just doesn't seem right with what it is. I've heard the camera angles are really quite bad, and it doesn't really like show the full scene of what's going on.
Things are like out of focus in it. Things aren't in frame. It's just it's really uncomfortable. Like you're just there, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I think the premise for it would be perfect in like an episode of like something like The Twilight Zone.
Yeah.
Like, just it's a perfect premise for like a 20-minute episode, but not like a full movie. It just doesn't work.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Dr. Impossible says, I did get to see Clash of the Titans back in '81 at the Odeon, and I was about 6 back then, and yes, the Medusa scared the shit out of me. The cinema had Outland following Clash. Good times. Sounds it.
Yeah. That's Clash of the Titans. That's a good movie. I like that film.
Yeah, it is. I've seen it a few times on TV. It's on the premiums, isn't it?
Yep.
Yes, I think it is. Yeah.
I think Outland is as well, isn't it?
Now you mention it, yeah, I think it could be.
Yeah.
Outland.
Is that the Sean Connery one?
Yeah, that's on the premium. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that film.
Deep Film Bloke says, if I could, I would either go and see a film which has now lost, maybe video it back at the cinema, or the premiere of The Shining with the original hospital ending.
Yeah.
Sounds good. We've got Cora here saying, hi, y'all. Hi, Cora. Hope you're well.
Hi, Cora.
Hi, Cora.
Ash says, what are the earliest movies you guys remember owning? Did these movies affect what your tastes are today? My early memories are of owning Batman Returns and Masters of the Universe on VHS.
Yeah, I think for me, I remember getting some movies for Christmas when I was about 3 or 4, and I think I got The Lion King, The Mask, Nightmare Before Christmas, and Mrs. Doubtfire on VHS. So they're like some of the earliest ones I remember owning, and I loved watching them. I think they were just on constantly.
What about you, Mike?
I remember having a couple of Jim Carrey ones, the Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and Dumb and Dumber. They were 2, and I remember having True Lies on VHS. Like I think I probably had that when I was like 5 or 6 years old, and I played it constantly. Yeah, they're the ones. They're the 3 that come to mind.
For me, it was like the Harry Potters, Scooby-Doo, Gremlins, and some of the Disney films from the late 90s. I remember having them. I remember used to go into Woolworths to get them.
Yeah.
We've got David Beach here saying, hi guys, hope you're all good. Hey David, thanks for joining.
Hi, David.
What's this? Jill says, a very big happy birthday for Friday to everybody's favourite lady, Sophie. Have a wonderful day from everyone.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
Hope you have a brilliant day, Soph.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, hi guys, I hope you're all well. Yeah, we're doing well. Thanks for joining, mate. Cora says, where is Movies with James? He's coming about 8:30. Just got a few things going on, but yeah, he'll be here later. Dr. Impossible says, my wife bought me some Bakewell tarts for Easter. My addiction to them is growing steadily. Chocolate be gone. Do you have shares in Mr. Kipling? Oh. Lisa Michelle says, "Does anyone go to Comic-Con? I'm hoping to go this one as Ghostface." Oh, that'd be cool.
I've never been to one.
No, you never
No.
been. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've been to a few. Yeah, some of these pictures behind me are from like Comic Cons. I've never gone dressed up as anyone, but yeah, I've been to a few.
Oh, that's cool. It's something I've always wanted to do, but they've either been too far away, or the ones that have been near me have been. It's been the wrong time to do it, and then like obviously COVID happened. But I'd like to do one in a few years' time. It'll be fun, especially if it's like a big, well-known actor there. It'd be cool to meet him, even if you've got to probably spend a mortgage to get that autograph or photograph.
Yep.
David says, "Did you have a good Easter?" Yeah, not bad. Yeah. I had a nice roast beef dinner and played Lego Star Wars all day. Living the dream. Jill says, "Decided to watch Pink Flamingos the other day, Andy. Grossest film ever for me."
Yeah, I agree. It's not a pleasant experience, that movie, in any way, shape, or form. I know you tried to watch it, Pete, didn't you? But you couldn't finish it.
No, it got a bit too much for me. It was a bit too out there. I was like, "What the heck am I watching?"
Yeah, it's you've got to have some brass about you, I think, to watch it, to sit through it and stomach it. But never again for me.
No.
Done it once and that's it. Yeah.
And it's supposed to be getting like a Criterion release, so that's interesting.
Yeah, I get that, but it's not. No, it's not a movie I ever want to go back to.
No, it's not a film I'd want to go and pick up out of shops. Definitely not.
No.
Seth says, "Thanks, Jules." Carlos says, "I love the Rocky movies, but Raging Bull is so perfectly filmed, like the true boxing fights in the 50s, and looked more real. Stallone deserved the Oscar for Creed." Yeah.
Yeah, I think he was robbed that year.
I do.
I think he should have won it.
His performance in the film was just so good. When I was watching it, even my mum said, "Oh, he's really good in this one compared to some of the other Rocky films." I said, "Yeah, I know, so good."
Yeah, because I think Mark Rylance won it for Bridge of Spies.
Oh, Mark Rylance, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, compared them to, yeah.
Which is the more memorable performance for me, and it's Stallone.
Yeah, people still talk about Creed. People don't really talk about Bridge of Spies.
Yeah.
Isn't that the one with Tom Hanks?
Yeah, Spielberg film.
That's what I thought it was, yeah. We've got Matt H here saying, "Evening, gents." Evening, Matt.
Hey, Matt.
And that.
We've got Bumpers Movies here saying, "Masters of the Universe was one of the first movies to include an after-credit scene. I had it on VHS for about 10 years without realising it." Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's quite impressive.
I had it for a long time and didn't realise there was an after-credit scene.
I thought all this like post-credit scenes were just like a recent thing, but I didn't know it stretched all the way back to Masters of the Universe.
There's loads of films that I never knew have after-credit scenes. Chamber of Secrets has one.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? I see online there was like a cinema, because so many films these days have post-credit scenes and people don't realise till after they come out. They put all the films showing and whether they contain after-credit scenes or not, which I thought was really handy.
Yeah. I think South Park the movie's got one as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
I think it cuts back to Ike in the house where he's been left alone.
Yeah.
All right. Lisa Michelle says, "I notice everything." Dr. Impossible says, "What's the best Wendy Carlos score you've heard? The Shining, Tron, A Clockwork Orange."
I can't think of any other films she's done apart from those three.
No, I'll have to say Clockwork Orange. I love the music in that film.
Yeah.
I'd say The Shining, though I have seen Tron, I'd say Shining. Still need to watch Clockwork Orange.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
Probably The Shining. I can remember more of the music from that, so yeah.
We've got Scotty's Movies here saying, evening chaps, hope you're well. Evening, Scott.
Hi, Scotty.
DVD from Film Bloke says, a tape which I'm keeping but never watching is RoboCop. It had really bad mold, and whilst most of the tape was just way too dirty, I just don't touch my good machine. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
Sometimes if they've gone too much, you can't save them, so it's not worth risking it.
No.
Matt H says, do any of you remember the cartoon Mask, Mask from the 80s?
I remember of it. I've never seen an episode of it, but I sort of remember it. Being on like other YouTube videos I've watched. I know of it, but I've never seen it. Yeah.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
No, I don't know it.
No. I've seen pictures of it, like people talk about it before, and like little bits from the cartoon. Probably might have seen it repeated on TV, but nothing really springs to mind about it. Bumpers have seen it and said, Mask kicked ass. Yep. Luke is talking movies forever. Hi guys, I'm here today. How's it going today, lads? That's good. Thanks for joining, Luke. Jill says Square Dance was brilliant, and Andy adored mermaids.
Yeah, I really love that film. I love both those movies. I need to get Square Dance on some sort of physical, because it's really hard to get hold of that movie. But yeah, I like both of them. But yeah, Mermaids is my favorite out of the two.
Oh.
But, yeah.
I'm pretty certain I haven't seen Mermaids because I was surprised to see that Bob Hoskins is in it.
Yeah. He doesn't have a massive role in it, but he is there. It's
I think for some reason I just kept getting it mixed up with, is it Splash?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But Mermaids, it's not actually about like a mermaid. It's a very simple, serious drama.
Yeah, I don't want to say it, but the mermaid aspect to it is very, very small and minute and doesn't play a big role in the movie.
Yeah.
I'll have to keep an eye out for it and pick it up. Marvel Fan says, I'd like to thank all three of you for recommending Licorice Pizza. It's a good movie. I placed my pre-order for Blu-ray, but the Blu-ray is scheduled for 6th of June. Wow.
That's a bit late, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be sooner than that.
Yeah, it was supposed to be coming out the same day as Spider-Man, weren't it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard, and then obviously it didn't, but no, you're welcome. That, I'm really glad you enjoyed it because I loved it. It was one of my favourites from last year. I just think it's a fantastic film.
Yeah, glad you enjoyed it, mate. I did see on H&B that they've dropped the price for the Blu-ray now to $14.99 because it was $17. That's good.
Yeah.
DVD from Film Book says, plus it's probably the R-rated cut, but I'm keeping it on top of my TV in room alongside the two knackered Star Wars tape as artwork. Good.
Nice.
David says, everybody should have subscribed to your channels. Thanks ever so much, David.
Thanks, David.
Carlos says, favorite all-time opening scene to a movie, guys. Mine would be Once Upon a Time in the West, the train station scene, and Saving Private Ryan, the beach scene.
Yeah.
I think for me, it would probably be the beginning of Blade Runner. I just love the credits, like just the music, and then when it opens up to like Los Angeles 2029 or whatever it is, 2019. Yeah, I just love that beginning. And I also have a soft spot for the beginning of Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom. I just love that whole scene in the in what is it, like the Club Obi-Wan. I just love that whole sequence. I just think it's
You've got the white
hilarious.
suit on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I do agree there.
Wow. Trying to think now. It's a good question. Oh, it's going to come to me because I know there are movies with great opening sequences, but I just can't think of one right now. Oh.
I'm trying to think of some. I can think of moments, but I'm like, that's not in the beginning of the film. Probably the opening to A New Hope.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I was probably going to say Dawn of the Dead because I love how well that movie sets up chaos with its opening in the newsroom where everything's falling to shit. Yeah,
That's a good pick. That's a hard question to just like think of on the spur of the moment.
Yeah.
We've got Josh says, I watched the bonus features of Old, and Shamalama Lama 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 said the camera angles were to evoke time passing.
To me, it just evoked annoyance when I was watching it.
Yeah, it just evoked piss poor filmmaking.
Well, to me, it just provoked should have gone to Specsavers.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's strange. It's very odd. Like some of the designs I've seen of it, it's just like, well, it just doesn't make for comfortable watching. Like the camera angles, it's odd.
Yeah, I mean, I saw it in the cinema, and I was convinced that there was something wrong with the screen. I thought there was something actually wrong with the screen, but now I hear everyone else is saying the same thing. So yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah, I think the movie's like driving with one eye closed. Like
that is the best way to describe.
Yeah, it's just like why would you do that? You know, it just
So, some people enjoy it, which is good, but
yeah. Like if you like the movie, you know, it brought you some enjoyment. That more power to you, but it wasn't for me.
Yeah. Peter says, I picked up a DVD with the first 5 episodes of the animated Mars series. I had a few of the vehicles as a child. I actually still have Raven, the black car. Ah, that's cool.
Awesome.
Dr. Impossible says, best sci-fi score minus the usual more common scores like Star Wars, Star Trek. What would you guys recommend? Deep beat.
I think the Jerry Goldsmith one from the original Alien is a good one. It's got some great moments in it.
I tell you what, I'm really digging the music used in the In Search of Tomorrow trailer. Like that music's just on point. But yeah, no, that's another tough question.
Yeah, it is. I can't really think of nothing else. Probably just like the Doctor Who movies, but then that's sort of like a cheaty answer because of the TV show. So
I think the Doctor Who theme tune's one of the best TV theme tunes ever. Going
it's
right
one
back,
of the most iconic, definitely.
Yeah, going right back, you know, even to the William Hartnell stuff in the early '60s. I think that's probably when it was its best.
I do agree.
But yeah, no, in terms of a movie, I'm really struggling with that question.
It is quite a hard question. I'm just thinking of sci-fi movies in general now, and do they have a good soundtrack? I'm just thinking of what's it? Galaxy Quest? Is there Mars Attacks? Would you class any of them having good soundtracks?
Yeah, I'm gonna say the opening to Total Recall.
Hmm.
It's like a military march. That.
Yeah.
Lisa Michelle says, "Has anyone seen Road to Perdition? It's such a powerful ending."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fantastic film.
Yeah, it's a great movie. Not a movie I liked the first time I saw it, but as I got older, I really sort of grew to appreciate it.
Mm.
Great film.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it yet. Another one I haven't seen. Is it a Tom Hanks film?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was Sam Mendes won it.
Yeah.
Directed it.
We've got Armin27 here saying, "Hey everyone, thanks for joining, mate."
Hey.
Jill says, "Pete, have you seen LOL?" No, there's not a lot of films I haven't seen. Scotty says, "Do you think the comedy movie is dying out? Is Hollywood too worried about offending someone? Last decent one I recall was the first Hangover film."
Yeah, I do get that a lot. I think comedy is very, very subjective. I think comedy and horror are the two most subjective genres in film. I think if you're a comedic actor, like your Jim Carreys, your Mike Myers, your Steve Carell's, all those. I think you're gonna find it really, really hard to stay current as time goes on.
Yeah.
Because comedy evolves and comedy changes. But I do remember pretty much around about the time The Hangover came out, there was just a lot of comedies that were just being churned out over and over again. And a lot of people would go to the cinema to see particular movies because a certain comedy star was in them. I remember, obviously, in the early 90s, Jim Carrey was, a big draw. Then I think Mike Myers with the Austin Powers movies. But then I think it was Seth Rogen. He was always showing up in a movie and people would be drawn because he was in it. But I do think it is kind of dying out as well. There's just, I don't know, there just isn't really that draw anymore. But the comedy actors just sort of fade away.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I get that. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, now that I think about it, I can't really think of any recent comedy movies that have been successful. Because I think like the last sort of big people was like people like Seth Rogen and Steve Carell and all that. And I don't know, I think they've kind of like faded into obscurity a bit. So yeah, I do get it that I don't know, like sort of it's kind of harder to kind of, there are certain comedies from like years ago that you wouldn't get released these days. It just wouldn't happen. So yeah, I don't know. It's a strange one. I feel like at the moment we're not really seeing that many.
Yeah, Will Ferrell as well. Like he was like a big draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. Like in the late 2010s or the mid 2010s, there was a lot of the Melissa McCarthy and Amy Schumer sort of comedy stuff that come out, but never really gelled with that stuff. So yeah, there hasn't been a real good comedy film in quite a few years, and I think Scotty's right. It was probably The Hangover or maybe the In-Betweeners film, if we class British comedy as well.
Yeah.
But I don't know whether this new Nicolas Cage film, does that class as a comedy, The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent? And a lot of people are saying that's quite good and quite funny.
Okay, I want to go into that knowing as little as possible. I don't even want to know what type of genre it is because I just want to go into that knowing as little as possible as I can to find out what it, because with Nick Cage, I think you never really know what you're going to get.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Josh says, "I've just checked my letterbox and I have seen the most movies this year than any other so far." seen 100 movies, new and old, so far. That's really good.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Especially for only like 4 months in April. Great stuff. Bumpers says, I remember buying VHS back in the day, and if you bought them from a shop like VHS, they came in smaller boxes than if you bought them secondhand from Blockbuster.
Yeah, I remember them. I think I had Titanic. Yeah, I had Titanic on VHS, and I remember that was in a smaller box.
Yeah, Warner Brothers sort of put them out in smaller boxes. I think, like the Full Monty and Independence Day and Titanic. I think it was the Fox 20th Century Fox movies. They put them out in smaller boxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed some of the films we had were quite smaller than others. Peter watched Irreversible for the first time last night, and I actually watched the straight cut in which everything in the film happens chronologically.
Okay. Yeah. I've only seen it in the cut where it's it's backwards. That's the only version I've seen. It's a rough watch.
I feel like the movie's more. It's a tragic movie, but I feel like it's more tragic when you watch it the backwards way, because like I can't really spoil it, but like you get to the end, but it's actually the beginning, and I don't know. It kind of the message and the theme is kind of even more tragic. But I can't really say much more than that.
Yeah. Still haven't seen it yet. So, would you recommend watching like the chronological cut or the back to front cut?
I think back to front. I think the chronological cut is fine, but it kind of just becomes a bit of a basic movie.
Yeah, that's what Peter did say to me. He said his story seemed a bit simpler. Like if you watched it chronologically, I suppose the big sort of gimmick with it is that it's like back to front.
Yeah, but I think I feel like the film has kind of like a message, because I think some people see the move, like the whole it goes backwards. They see it as a bit of a gimmick, but I think the message for the film is that you're kind of, because the movie is about taking revenge, but it's kind of like you're seeing the act of revenge before the reason why they're taking revenge, and just it's kind of, I like how it's sort of portrayed. It makes for an interesting watch.
I'll have to give it a go soon.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, you know something? Chocolate is the only confectionery I like, and yet get very quickly sick of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I get like that. But anyway, we have our special guest here. He's here, and it's Movies with James.
Hello.
Hey,
Chris. How's it going?
Hey. Yeah. Hope you're keeping well, and thanks for joining.
Yeah, no, thanks for accommodating me. I was playing football 7 till 8, so just had a quick shower and on for 1:30. So
yeah, no worries. At least you're here. That's the main thing.
Yeah,
it's great to have you back on the stream. It's been a little while.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. Look forward to it. I've been on a stream for a while, even my own. So it's nice.
Oh yeah, because you do your streams on a Sunday night, don't you? Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, I tried doing it, but it's hard to keep up with it. All of a sudden, you don't do it for a week, and then that turns into like a month. So no, I need to book some in really. So
that'll be good. Look forward to watching them. So you're doing great work with your new Blu-ray hunts with the little boxes and what you pick up and all that. That's a cool idea.
Yeah, people love it. Fair play, and I'm got some really fun ideas for the year. I'm gonna go to London, and I'm gonna do have to buy one movie from every letter of the alphabet. So I have to buy 26 movies, A, B, C, D. But you could see a great one at A, and then you could think, oh, should I go to the next CX? And there'd be maybe a better one, So it's like that balancing act. So all these little challenges, I'm trying to be a bit different, So that's just one of the ideas. So yeah, it's mad. So yeah, people love them. So it's good.
It's really good. It spices stuff up. It makes it a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's mad that I think was it last week? I think was my first year doing videos. It's only been a year.
Yeah.
Like it feels like forever, but at the same time, it feels like a couple of months. It's weird.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah, I think last time when you come on, you only done it for about 3 or 4 months.
yeah. Now it's full on year, and it's just mad.
Yeah.
It is mad.
Yeah, and you're doing really well with your channel as well.
Yep. Yeah, I think this month what I've tried to focus on is my reviews, and it's so hard to stand out on movie review titles because it's just the movie review. I have thought about renaming the titles, but then you could be clickbaity then because you're saying like, "Oh, this film's so bad," and you want people to click. So, but I think the Northman video and Sonic 2 have had like 2,500 views on one and 1,500 on the other. Like they've gone mental this month. So I'm hoping the reviews now start to get a bit of traction. But that's been my like focus of growth because the Blu-ray hunts they've always done quite good. But yeah, hopefully now reviews, they're on the app as well. So yeah, no, it's really good. I'm doing a giveaway as well. I'll check that plug there if anyone wants to check out a giveaway. It's still running until the 24th, so it's 4 more days. You just got to comment your favorite Oscar movie, but you can comment as many times as you want. So you could comment every film in the Oscars if you want to have 50 entries or whatever. So there's a giveaway there because I hit 1,500 subs 2 weeks ago, a week ago. So if whoever wants to enter, please go over and watch the video. 4 more days. So yeah,
brilliant stuff. What was I say? Link to James' channel and everybody else's channels in the description. So if you haven't subbed to any of these guys' channels, be sure to drop them a sub. Anyway, let's move on to the comments. Peter said he's heard a lot about it. Here's a good question from Marvel fan. What's your thoughts on the Thor Love and Thunder teaser trailer? You want to go first, Mike?
Not watched it, and I probably won't watch it. I feel like trailers give too much away, so I'll probably just go in blind.
Yeah. Andy?
Yeah, I loved it. I just thought it was a lot of fun. Yeah, just I don't really want to talk too much about it, just in case there's people who haven't seen it or whatever. But yeah, I just thought it was a lot of fun, blending a couple of movies together. But yeah, the song in it I loved as well because I love that song. But yeah, it was a lot of fun, for as short as it was.
You seen it, James?
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth then, really, in terms of it being fun. That's what I got from it. Just a big smile on my face watching it. And then, yeah, just hype. Everyone's talking about Doctor Strange, obviously, and the potential cameos that we may and may not get. But this Thor film looks fab to me, and it's not getting talked about enough. Like, I keep thinking, oh, it's like a Christmas movie or whatever, but it's July. Like, it's really, really soon. So,
yeah,
I don't know. I think it looks really good as well. And, yeah.
Definitely. I watched it yesterday afternoon. A lot of fun. Can't wait. I think both this and Doctor Strange are going to be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I hope so.
Peter says it was good, but would probably have been better shot without mostly improvised dialogue. I suppose he's talking about Irreversible.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Armin27 says, have you guys seen the monster movie, The Giant Claw? The monster is so unintentionally hilarious.
Not even here.
No.
Never heard of it.
No.
Dr. Impossible says, Andy and Mike, are you two into Universal 1950s sci-fi monster movies?
Not really. To be honest, it's not something I know an awful lot about. Yeah, just my knowledge on it is very minute.
Yeah, the only one I can think that comes to mind that I have seen is Them, with like giant ants. Yeah, that's the only one I can think of. I've probably seen more. Yeah, that's the only one I can think of at the moment.
I've seen Ed Wood's Plan 9 from Outer Space.
Oh yeah.
Which is like, it's meant to be like infamously one of the worst movies ever made, but I actually kind of enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah.
Edward says, what did you guys make of the new Doctor Who on Easter Sunday? And do you think it was the perfect send-off for Jodie? Talked about it before. Decent episode. The final episode of hers is like in autumn. Hopefully it'll be good. Did you watch Doctor Who on Sunday, James?
Not a Doctor Who fan. I did try and get into it when Jodie was recast or cast. I watched the first few episodes and just not for me. I mean, I live like in South Wales as well. This is quite crazy here, but yeah, no, just something I couldn't get into. I'm afraid.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. It's a struggle. This new series is. Gaming 2022 says, I love Universal. Yeah, they've made some great films. Lisa Michelle says, I went to San Diego Comic-Con about 8 years ago and I was about 30 feet from Stan Lee, but the queue was so long for his autograph.
Wow. That's like the mother of all cons as well.
Mm.
Yeah. I've been to San Diego, but I've never been to the Comic-Con out there. I think I just missed it when it was on. But yeah, San Diego's gorgeous.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that would have been incredible to meet him. Have you ever been to a Comic-Con, James?
No, unfortunately. It's another idea potentially I want to do in the future. But yeah, no, I've never been to the States or anything like that. But we do have like the Cardiff one. I think is quite big, so it can be quite big. Yeah. But like I said, maybe one day. Maybe one day. My girlfriend's always mentioned this, so who knows?
Dr. Impossible says, now, have you guys ever seen a rather good film with Jim Mitchum called Crackdown? It's about a rancher's sister runs away and sold into a pimp ring in LA. Her brother tries to hunt her down.
Never heard of it.
No.
Nope.
Sorry to say. No.
Ash says, what's the movie or movies that always gets you and makes you shed a tear?
Molly and me.
Literally.
Yeah.
Can't watch that film again.
Yeah.
It's too heavy. Yeah.
Beauty and the Beast for me as well. The animated one. Yeah. When he like to, sad. Yeah.
Watership Down, that was pretty depressing. I don't think of what else. You got any, Mike?
Not sure. I feel like as I've gotten older, I've become very emotionless and got a heart of stone. But I remember the one that I always thought was quite sad was the ending of the Green Mile. It's a pretty sad one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another recent one for me, $1 Million Baby. That ended.
Yeah.
And
yeah, that's heavy.
And Gran Torino, that was quite upsetting. The ending was.
Yeah.
I could also say the Star Wars sequel trilogy, the whole thing, just made me cry.
Absolutely.
Game of Thrones season 7.
Josh says, just watch the trailer for the new Machine Gun Kelly new movie, and holy shit, it looks trash.
Just sounds it when you say Machine Gun Kelly.
Well, I don't know who the heck Machine Gun Kelly is.
I think that's the one. I think it's starring because he's with Megan Fox. I think they're doing a film together.
Oh.
Yeah, I think. It just sounds trash.
It does. It does. Definitely be skipping that one.
Was he in the new Jackass movie? I'm sure he was.
What,
I could be getting mixed up. Yeah.
I don't know. I should think Josh will know. He'll probably put in the comments. Dr. Impossible says, Trackdown was released in the States by Kino Lorber, but only ever got a VHS rental release on the UK back on the VHS back in '86. It's a very underrated film and worth a watch.
Yeah, I'll give that a look out.
Yeah, sounds all right. Josh says the opening to Waves get me every time. The Animal Collective song playing whilst the camera laps around. Love it.
I still need to see Waves.
Yeah.
I've heard of it, but not seen it.
I know Josh loves it. It's his favourite film, I think. I've never seen it. Have you seen it, Mike?
No, I've not seen that one.
No,
No, you, James?
no, I never heard of it. Waves.
Matt H says, in Desert Island Disc, you have to choose 8 tracks to take with you on a desert island. What films would you guys choose to take? Oh, good question.
I can't narrow that down. There's too many.
Yeah, how many were you say? Like 8's quite a substantial. Like top 3 or what's the?
Like I have trouble narrowing it down to about 300. You know, it's tough.
If you got to choose films, you can't get bored of, innit?
Yeah. It's a hard thing to do. You could say 8 different types of box sets and be cheeky like that. But I don't know. It'd just be like a usual mix of standard classic films, I suppose. Something like Star Wars, Back to the Future.
Yeah.
Marvel film. A bit. Let's just say one from each sort of genre. The best of each genre.
Yeah.
I know one that'll be a definite. Maybe Toy Story 1. That'll be like a definite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a definite one.
But you're saying, what's the most disturbing film have you ever seen?
Teeth. That's just all I'm saying. What a weird movie that was. Christ. Yeah. And Human Centipede and all that type of stuff. Yeah. The sick horrors, they just get me every time. Yeah. I get disturbed though by like blood and guts, like the noise, like blood squirting, like all that. Nah, freaks me out. It just turns my stomach. Like so, that type of stuff disturbs me in general. But yeah, squeamish at that type of stuff.
I suppose Pink Flamingos is quite disturbing in one way or another.
It's hands down the grossest film I've ever seen. Pink Flamingo. It's just you. I don't know what frame of mind you need to be in to watch that film, but it's just it requires some nerves of steel. That movie.
Yeah, it does.
But yeah, I'd probably say something like Scum or like Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. They're a bit too rough for me. I think probably because I saw them when I was probably a bit too young as well. I think I saw Scum when I was about 15, and that scene in the greenhouse, I was like, "Whoa, this is too much." Movies like Man Bites Dog as well. I find that a bit rough at times. I think the disturbing movies are the ones where you just like. Where you come close to turning it off. That for me is where it pushes that line. I've nearly done that a few times.
I definitely do agree with you what you said about Scum. I was about 12 when I watched that, and definitely shouldn't have watched it.
It's rough.
But
it's rough.
It is.
Greenhouse scene.
Yeah, it's not something I want to revisit. I know you watched it recently, Mike, and you didn't thought it was as bad.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I think I'm kind of sick-minded a little bit. Like disturbing movies don't really bother me sometimes. I can stomach them quite well. One movie that does come to mind that it's maybe not like a conventionally disturbing movie, but I do think there are aspects of Hereditary that are quite disturbing. Like I think. Because it's not like a very conventional horror film, but there are other parts of it, like the way like Toni Collette's character, like how her character deals with grief and how like the family deals with like a loss in the family. I just think aspects of that are quite, they feel very real and very like I don't know, like you feel like somebody could go through that. and in real life. And yeah, there's just like aspects of that film that I think are quite close, quite honest, and quite scary in a different sort of sense.
You generally feel like you're involved in that conversations that they have. Like you feel like I should leave. This is I shouldn't be here. I feel like I'm walked in on a genuinely hostile conversation. It's just like,
it just makes feel like uncomfortable watching at times.
Peter says WW for some reason. Okay. Matt says Rob's film They Nonce was pretty disturbing, Jules. We've got Masters of the 80s here. Evening, gents. I hope you're well. Thanks for joining, mate.
Hey.
Josh says Ex Machina scores amazing. Yes, I do agree. Great film. Love that. Alicia Vikander, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and Donald Gleason, is it? And
yeah.
Oscar Isaac.
Yeah, great film. You seen it, James?
No, I got it. I have got it. You had good things about it. My girlfriend studied it for media studies, so that's why I got it. Really, I think it was
David says, have you seen any good titles in the charity shop, Playtendoguy, Blu-rays or DVDs? Unless you want about 50 copies of 50 Shades, unfortunately, nothing.
Even the charity shops can't flog them.
Yeah, I was going through the charity shops, 50 Shades, 50 Shades, 50 Shades. Oh, wait, a different title. 50 Shades Free. Oh, really? I went to the till and asked them, I said, hey, you got any other Blu-rays? Oh, yeah, we've got loads of Blu-rays at the back club. Got this big box full of 50 Shades. I said, hey, you got anything other than 50 Shades? Just that 50 Shades of Free. I'd look like, who trades all these films in? But yeah. Cora says, about 99% of sci-fi movies have awful musics, so that question was a trick question.
It's debatable.
Dr. Impossible says, I'm going to be hated for this, but June, the original film from '84, had great atmospheric score by Toto. Score probably better than Zimmer's score to the new June. Oh
yeah, that desert theme by Toto, sorry, is great.
Yeah. Still haven't seen that original June. Would you recommend watching it? But the only problem is it kind of spoils future entries of this new one, don't it?
Yeah. I'd say give it a watch, but have low expectations for it. It's not David Lynch's best work. Just have low expectations for it.
Yeah.
And you know, I watched it for the first time a couple of years ago, and I was like, it was all right, and it was okay with it. You know, I hadn't read the book. Well, I just thought it was fine. I think the new one is obviously far superior.
Definitely.
But yeah, I thought it was all right.
Yeah. Did you see the original June day, James?
I tried to. I wanted to do the whole video of it before, but I went to the cinema to see it because Cineworld brought it back in, and I had to walk out. I couldn't get through it. It was first thing in the morning as well after a few beers, so it didn't really work out in terms of the whole thing. So I walked out. Yeah, I think I got about 50 minutes in. I want to watch it one day, but like you say, I kind of don't want to know the end. I want to watch it and didn't even know news way first, and then kind of watch it the other way. I don't know, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to probably do. Wait until this new series is finished, then probably watch this one.
And then watch
and try not to compare them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lisa Michelle says, update. I'm on Rocky 4 now. You're in for a treat.
Yeah.
Such a fun film.
That's a movie with a great soundtrack.
Yeah. Absolutely. It is even though there's quite a couple of depressing scenes in it, it is a very feel-good sort of film, I think. It's a comfort film, if you get what I mean by that.
Yeah. And that soundtrack, like a lot of the songs are they're like unknown songs, but you'll be googling the soundtrack like after you finish the movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah. The film feels like half a Rocky film and half a music video. It does, with so many songs littered throughout. It's so good.
Yeah.
Peter says, we put on a CD with music from Aliens in the record store where I work. It was mostly this dark, threatening music and didn't work good there at all. Yeah. I get that.
Yeah.
Bumper says, have any of you seen Spoorloss? It's a Dutch-French mystery horror. The guy in it gets tight under your skin. The creepy bastard. It did have an American remake with Keith Sutherland with Vanishing. The original is well worth a watch.
Yeah, that's a really good film. Yeah.
Oh, never heard of it.
It's like a sort of a kidnapping type thriller, but it's done in a really unique, interesting way. But yeah, it's quite disturbing in places.
Lisa Michelle says, even Eddie Murphy is dying out. Comedic actors. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think coming to America, this new one was supposed to be his big comeback, wasn't it? But obviously didn't really work out.
He was just hot in the 80s, and then you could see in the 90s he was sort of like fizzling out a bit. I love Nutty Professor, but it's not a great movie, but I still find it very funny. But it's not.
Yeah.
You could sort of see like his career was just sort of dimming.
Yeah.
I think that Nutty Professor is probably like his sort of slight comeback. I think like because he made a few movies after that around that time that did okay, I think. But yeah.
So he did like Pluto Nash and Norbert, and it was just like this. It's done. Yeah.
Yeah. I can remember Dr. Dolittle from when I was a kid. I used to like that.
Yeah.
Then there was a sequel that I didn't like. And around 2008, there was a film he'd done called Meet Dave. It's awful.
I used to like Daddy Daycare. That was quite good. That's another one.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
2004, maybe. That was around the time of Shrek, wasn't it?
Yeah, Shrek 2, I think.
I remember watching Daddy Daycare, and I was thinking, this is going to be awful. And I was like, it's not actually that bad.
Yeah.
I was like, it's not. It's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. You know, it's fairly competent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching it on a Sunday afternoon on Channel 5. I thought, oh, that's going to be awful. But give it a watch, and it was like, oh, it's pretty good. It's not too bad. But he'll never go back to the highs of like the Beverly Cop era, will he?
No.
Marvel fan says the Batman is now digital to rent, but the film is around the corner for DVD, Blu-ray, and 4K. It's cool.
Excellent.
Do we have it pre-ordered?
I've got the 4K Steelbook pre-ordered.
Yeah, same.
From HMV. Yeah.
I just want to know what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
You know, I want them to confirm it. You know,
I haven't got a design yet for it.
They did it. They have in the States. They got like a really nice slipcover for the Amaray edition, haven't they? The red 4K on the black. It looks really good. You can have a look, find it. It looks good, but they haven't confirmed it in Europe yet. You know, so
that's a shame. Yeah. Just a standard Blu-ray for me. I might watch it digitally this weekend. I don't know. You pre-ordered it, Jane? Mike?
No, not yet. I'm not in a rush to watch it again. I'll probably wait until it's a bit cheaper.
Yeah, fair enough.
I got the Mondo 4K, not 4K, vinyl as well. Pre-ordered.
Nice.
It was on Mondo's website with all taxes and stuff, but now Zavi have got it. They haven't got like the splatter edition, but they've just got like the coloured vinyls. So, but you can get it on Zavi, not pay the American import taxes. It's just like, I think it's still 56 quid for double vinyl, triple vinyl. But I love the soundtrack. Have a bad day at work, drive home, and just play Batman music. It's great. So.
Yeah, the theme to the Batman film is so good, and the opening 10 minutes of it is just so good.
Mm.
Where they, with like the monologue and people looking up into the sky, fear the Batman. It's just really good.
Yeah,
I
that's the
can't wait to
song.
watch it again.
Is it called Can't Wait for Hollywood or something, or Halloween? Can't something about Halloween nights. It's like that song is like 6 minutes long, and it's
Yeah.
like themes of everything in there. The Riddler's themes, a bit of everything. It's super really good. They've also as well. I don't know if you've seen this, but I added it to my Apple TV thing. There's a free 30-minute. I don't want to play it. There's a free 30-minute. Here it is. The Batman Vengeance in the Making excerpt. 22 minutes on the iTunes store. So it's just on the iTunes store, but it's free. So you can just add it, like you download an app and it adds it to your account on iTunes. But yeah, 23 minutes of Matt Reeves behind the scenes. Yeah, they've added that as well. It's free though, so it's another thing to check out if you want it.
Oh,
Need to watch that as well. Yeah, I mean, it may be on the 4K. It may be part of the special editions. It's just they released it a bit early, you know. But, yeah.
I do hope that this release of the Batman on physical media will be a bit more lavish than what we got for Spider-Man.
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah, it's really disappointing.
Because you made your own slip for Spider-Man, didn't you?
I did. I did too. Yeah. I was impatient and I wanted it to look the part, so I made my own slip cover. So
that looks good.
It does.
Yeah, the spine's pretty good because it lines up with Far From Home. That's what I based it off. So there it is. If you can see.
Oh yeah, that looks good. Yeah,
it's on the shelf. They look next to it. So yeah, it's an eBay seller, and they basically print them, and you just fill out a template and send off the template. They print it, put it together, glue it, cut it, and send it to you in a cardboard thing. And yeah, that's it. The negative to it though is it's like paper. It's not card. It's like photo paper.
Okay.
So it's it is quite flimsy.
Yeah.
But on the shelf, it looks how you want it to look, I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's fine. I like it. But like you said, they should have done a lot better with it. Like, I'm surprised that we didn't get like Toby and Andrew on the cover. I mean, it's not spoilers; people should have seen it by now. But you know what I mean? Like, I'm surprised that we didn't get any of that. Like, even like inside or something. I don't know. Like Funko Pops as well. Like, they're all delayed. Like, you think there's so much money to be made from this Lego sets.
Yeah.
All that. Nothing. I can't believe it. But
yeah, because I think they've delayed like the Marvel Legends for the movies as well, like the 6-inch.
Oh, okay.
Films. Yeah. Because they didn't want to spoil it. Yeah.
But the film's been out for like so long now. It's time to get this stuff out.
Yeah.
They've got to do it soon, surely.
I still firmly believe probably Christmas time or probably on the year anniversary we'll get some sort of extended lavish special edition of it. It just feels like this is just put out for physical media, just like for the after its cinema run, and we're going to get a more lavish edition later on, like they did with The Force Awakens when it got its 3D set. I wonder whether we'll get a big box set or something.
Yeah, that'd be good. Like an Ultimate Edition. Like the thing. Bit similar to Batman vs Superman as well, yeah. Like the theatrical release, and then because it's weird how the deleted scenes, that's strange how they were removed. Especially if they were on the artwork before, because there was images obviously of 90 minutes, wasn't it? Deleted scenes, and then all of a sudden, strange.
Yeah.
Because that obviously went somewhere. They decided to do it, and then they decided to change their mind. So, why would you take deleted scenes out?
Yeah.
There's got to be something. So, yeah.
Right. Luke says, "What's your most favourite treasure hunting movie, guys? With a good journey to it. Mine would be the pirate movies. Love that franchise."
I think for me, it's the Goonies. I love that movie. Grew up with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd probably say that, or another obvious one, like just any of the first 3 Indiana Jones movies.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, again, I was pulling towards indie. But I do enjoy Pirates of the Caribbean, Curse of the Black Pearl. That was like my first. I remember loving the soundtrack. Everything just opened up
Yeah.
the potential of what a film can be as well, and characters, and just. I mean, it was so Pirates to me. I was 11 when that came out. So, as you say, growing up with that one, and I've never seen Goonies, so it probably could be that. So I need to. There's a lot of films I need to see. That's why I started my channel. But Goonies is one I have, but just haven't got around to it yet. But,
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I ain't seen loads too. A lot of my answers like never seen it before, never seen it before.
I love live streams. I've literally got sticky notes here, and I write down when people mention films. I'm like, oh yeah, I wrote that out. Add it to my list. Check eBay later. You know. Cost a fortune.
Sometimes I actually watch back these lives with a pen and paper, just write that down.
Yeah, literally, I always have a list. Add it to my Kex list. You know, add it to my save thing. Go onto eBay, watch them, make some offers. Cost me a fortune, these lives do.
For me, it's probably going to be like one of the first Indiana Jones films, probably Last Crusade, or one of the Pirates films, the first 3. I've seen the Goonies before. It's all right, but I'm not the biggest fan of it. I haven't seen it in years, so probably I might enjoy it much more on a rewatch.
Yeah, no, I get that. I know, because I think Goonies is one of those movies you have to grow up with.
Yeah.
I do think it is sort of dated. It's like one of the quintessential 80s kids movies where it's like it is very much a product of the times. Well, I do still really, really enjoy it. I do still think it's fantastic. I think it's got some of the best set pieces ever in movies. I just think it's phenomenal. But I think another one I'd have to give a shout out to is probably Muppet Treasure Island. That's another movie I grew up with that I love.
Yeah.
That's a lot of fun.
Yeah, you can't go wrong with Tim Curry. So.
Yeah, with the Goonies, I've got it in Blu-ray. Is it worth the 4K upgrade, or is it the Blu-ray and 4K similar? Or
I've not seen the 4K, but
I haven't got 4K.
I've heard people say the 4K is not that great.
I've
seen some reviews for it where they said they were a bit disappointed in it, but I'm not too sure what the issue is.
I need to bought it today because it's on 3 for 30. It's on Zavi on 3 for 30. Goonies, and I was like, I could be one to upgrade, but I don't know why I didn't buy it. But yeah, I've heard that. I've got it on Blu-ray. I just, you want to be worth it in there a little bit,
Disney Film Bloke says, I have a question. Imagine what your DVD or Blu-ray collection would look like during the VHS era, and how many of those titles would you own?
I kind of don't want to imagine what all this would look like on VHS.
Yeah.
No room.
Yeah.
No room.
I would say about 3 or 4 of these rooms in the house would be just littered, piled high, full of VHSs. I'd probably be living in the garden.
or sleeping on the VHSs.
Josh says, successful comedy movies in my eyes, Booksmart and Ingrid Goes West.
I agree with Books, but I wouldn't call Ingrid Goes West a comedy. For me personally, that's more of like it's kind of like a light-hearted film about a stalker. But I agree with Booksmart. Booksmart's great.
Yeah, I've heard Booksmart's really good. I've never heard of Ingrid Goes West. Is that a recent film?
I think it's from 2017. I think it's got like Audrey Plaza in it and Elizabeth Olsen.
Oh.
And the guy who plays the new Captain America, is it Wyatt Russell? He's like Kurt Russell's son.
Yeah,
he's in it as well. But I do still really like Ingrid Goes West. I think it's great. I wouldn't really call it a comedy. That's just me, though. But, yeah.
That's fair enough. You seen it, Mike?
No.
James?
No, never heard of. Never heard of. I've heard of. Sorry, the Booksmart. I've heard it's good,
Yeah.
but not the other one. Yeah.
Marvel Fan says, I can't wait for Beverly Hills Cop 4 when it finally drops on Netflix.
I'm not I don't know if I'm looking forward to it just because of coming to America. I feel like it's just going to be the similar sort of thing.
I
with the
didn't know
sequel.
they were doing another one. Why are they doing another one?
They've been talking about doing another one for like the past 15 years, I think, and it's just never gotten off the ground. But I don't know if it is now for Netflix, but yeah.
I don't know. It's just a thing to bring back these old franchises after decades, so it wouldn't surprise me.
It's too late in the day for a fourth one, I think.
Yeah.
I actually quite enjoy the third one. I know a lot of people don't really like that film, but I enjoy it for what it is. But I just think it's too late in the day for a fourth.
Yeah.
What about you, James?
I've seen the first one, but I'm so about it. I think it's a franchise I want to check out at some point, but I've never seen them 2 and 3. So I'm guessing the fourth one then is Netflix has bought that. That's why it's going to be on Netflix.
Yeah.
Similar to what coming to America then with Prime buying it.
Yeah. DVD Film Bloke says the thing with VHS cases is whilst they are bigger than DVD cases that are far more efficient, you could fit up 6 discs in a standard DVD case. You can't do that with a VHS. That's true.
Exactly.
I got a TV series in VHS.
I remember when they used to bring out the Simpsons box sets on VHS. Oh, massive. Yeah.
But I remember when my dad brought home a VHS once, I thought it was a brick how big it was when I first saw a VHS.
I'm looking for a VHS player though. It's one of the things I do look for. Just they are really expensive. Like when people sell them, they're like £100 on like eBay and stuff. But it's just crazy. You think, somebody's found that in the garage, they're just going to check it out for a tenner type of thing on Facebook. But no, people know that they're worth like 100 odd quid or whatever. Just mental.
That's quite shocking.
I've got like 3 Star Wars movies here, the original trilogy that I picked up in charity shop like 50p on VHS, all 3 of them. But I don't know if they're the original versions. So I want to buy a VHS I want to own them. That's in some form. But like I said, I can't. I always go to boot sales looking for VHSs, thinking somebody's just wants to get rid of it for £5 or whatever, or £10 in a boot sale, but could never find one. So
that's strange.
Mad.
I thought you'd find one at a boot sale.
Yeah, go to eBay and something VHS player. They are mental. Like you're talking £100. I can't pay that. So.
Carl says, saw the Dune remake recently, and when it finished, I wondered if it actually had a score. That's how forgettable Zimmer's score for that movie is. Jill says, the new Nicolas Cage movie's hilarious, and she loves the Nan movie as well. It's good.
Okay.
Yeah, my review for the Nick Cage movie went up today.
Yeah.
So
I did watch that before it went live.
Monday. Yeah,
good review.
Enjoyed it. Really, really good. So,
Lisa Michelle says, I've just snagged the Malcolm in the Middle box set off Facebook Marketplace for free. Wow.
That's a deal, because that box set does not go cheap.
No, I've seen it silly prices.
That is a steal. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I'm going to have a look on Facebook Marketplace. Getting stuff for free? Wow, never heard of it. Dr. Impossible says Cisco Pike has either Michael Andy seen this interesting drama film directed by Bill Norton. Watched it the other night, and both Hackman and Christopherson were great. Indicator title.
Sadly, again, not heard of it.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I was going to pick it up from Indicator, but I think I think the limited edition one's sold out now.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Right. Carl says, Andy, I bought the 18-film animated Batman collections on iTunes and have watched 2. Are you proud of me? That's all that matters.
Yes, Coro. Yes. I honestly think some of the animated movies are better than the live action ones.
I can get that.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says Malcolm in the Middle is awesome. Yeah, great fun.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Zimmer is virtually a one-man music score industry today. Most of the composers I know now are dead. Zimmer produced a few decent scores in the early years that I'm not keen on. We've got Josh here saying, "Hey James, love the channel."
Oh, hey. Thanks.
DVD Phone Bloke also saying hi to James.
Hello. Oh, these must be when I came on.
Cora says, I like Zimmer's score in general, but that June's score was very bland. Fair enough. We've got Josh here saying, your reviews are very good, James. I'm trying to make my reviews better.
Thanks. I'll have to check yours out. Classic reviews.
We've got Rose Fawn Gaming here. Hey Jamie, hope you're well. Dr. Impossible says, did a fairly decent score to Thelma and Louise, then Driving Miss Daisy. And if I remember correctly, a BBC drama called Firstborn in 1988 about a boy whose DNA is crossed with an ape.
Okay.
True Romance as well. That's an early one.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you find that the score for True Romance sounds very similar to the score for Badlands?
I think they kind of. I think it was intentional, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I
love his Lion King stuff.
Yes. I do agree there. Great soundtrack. Winslow's here. Putting his hand up. Hi, Winslow. Josh says, I'm finally going to watch Lamb tonight. You guys heard of it?
Yeah, but not seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's a weird one, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it looks like an interesting one. I'll probably give it a watch eventually. I see there's a new one out this week called Cow, is it?
Cow.
Yeah, it's about a day in the life of a cow.
Why not?
Yeah. I think it's 50% eating grass and 50% getting milked, probably. What an interesting film to watch, but hey. Cora says, have seen Thelma and Louise, but it's a while and can't remember the score. Dr. Impossible says, most film scores today leave me cold. Once William goes, that's it, end of an era. Cora says, watched Jaws yesterday, Williams ref, and found it better than I remembered. The movie, not a score.
I always forget how good Jaws is whenever I go back to rewatch it.
Yeah.
It's been a little while since I've seen it, but I do want to give it a watch. Probably pick up a Blu-ray, but I'm going to keep clear of 2, 3, and 4.
Two's all right. It's not great, but 3 and 4. I think I agreed with Mike when he said this the other week. Like 3 is probably the one that is the most unwatchable, because it's just awful. But I think 2 is not great, but it's all right. It's not the worst.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Gladiator was fine as a Zimmer score, but he seems to be very conductive orchestra. Many of the greats were classically trained. Yeah. Carlos is back with another movie face-off, this time horror ones. Third movies and why. Dawn of the Dead versus Day of the Dead. Carrie versus The Dead Zone. And Nightmare on Elm Street versus Candyman Original.
I'd say Dawn of the Dead, Carrie, and Elm Street.
I would say Day of the Dead, Carrie, and Elm Street.
What about you,
I
James?
have nothing to say because I've never seen any of them. Horror is my weakest genre. As I said earlier, I do get squeamish. So it is the one I've seen very little. So I do own Candyman though, I believe, because it's one of those nice slipcovers, Warner Brothers slipcovers, because I'm collecting those. So I do own Candyman, but the rest don't. So. Nightmare on Elm Street, is that like the film Johnny Depp's in? His very first
Yeah, it's his first film.
Yeah.
I guess that's one I'm gonna get as well, because I think that's in the slipcovers.
Yeah, you can get like an iconic moment slipcover of that.
Yeah, but I'm liking the horror-y, colourful ones. I don't know. I don't know if you've seen them. I think they're Warner Brothers, I think.
Yeah, you get them from H&B, can't you?
Yeah, that's right. I do. Whenever I see one, I do get one.
They do them for like The Conjuring, and I think they've done one for one of the Dracula ones as well. They're quite nice slips.
Yeah, I do like them. I plan on in October. I want to literally review a horror film every single day. So I'm trying to do 30 films in 30 days, all horrors. So I'm trying to get 30 horror films. Yeah,
that'd be really good. Yeah.
Yeah, and I want to literally get into the genre because I've seen very little. So yeah,
there's some great stuff out there. Yeah. For me, I ain't seen none of the Dead ones. I think I might have seen one years ago, but I can't remember nothing about it. Carrie, I've yet to watch. I've only seen the remake. The Dead Zone, I think I watched the TV series of that. Is there a TV series of the Dead Zone?
Yeah,
there was.
Yeah, there is. Yeah,
I think I've watched the TV series of it. And for me, I'm going to say both brilliant films, but I'm going to say Nightmare on Elm Street. I just love it. It's near perfection.
Yeah.
Marvel fan says, I've heard Licorice Pizza will include a reversible artwork. Brilliant. It seems to be getting a nice release. You're getting the Blu-ray, the DVD, and I think you get some art cards in it as well. So nice little set. Cora says, love the score for Gladiator. I love the score for The Rock 2. Was my favourite movie growing up as a kid and a young teen. Bump's movie says the end of Blow is sad when you get shots of George Young in jail and the little monologue about how his daughter never came to visit him. Heartbreaking ending to a great film.
Yeah.
Josh says, seeing MGK Machine Gun Kelly get slapped by a big rubber hand in Jackass was the best scene of the year. Oh,
I'm sure it was him. I couldn't remember if it was him or Logan Paul, but I remember it was for some reason. I don't know why, but yeah, he gets slapped. Yeah, like Josh says, big rubber hand.
Okay, I'm going to have to watch this film now. Winslow says top 3 directors.
I can't give 3. I can give you 5, but I can't narrow it down to 3. So I'd say John Carpenter, David Cronenberg, David Lynch, Dario Argento, and Brian De Palma.
Good mix.
Probably have to say maybe James Cameron, Stanley Kubrick, or maybe P.T. Anderson.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I think the 3 of them have been the most consistent in terms of movies they've made, especially Kubrick and Cameron, because I don't think they've made a bad movie necessarily. I've not seen Piranha 2 yet, by Cameron, but the stuff I have seen from him has never been bad. And P.T. Anderson, I just love his stuff. There's one or two movies I'm not that keen on, but the rest of his work I love.
The only one from him I couldn't take to was Inherent. Is it Inherent?
Inherent Vice.
Inherent Vice. Yeah,
Inherent
that's the only one I
Vice, yeah.
couldn't get on.
I couldn't really take to The Master either.
Yeah, same.
I think they're the two for me. They're the weakest, but everything else he's done, I've loved.
Yeah.
What about you, James?
So I've got David Fincher for me. I do like a lot of his stuff. And oh my God, it's just escaped my mind. There's one. What is it? Film. David Fincher. Who's the other one? This is literally left my brain. I'm just trying to look around and see if I can see something that they've done. Yeah, it's gone. Sorry, I had no idea. Second one.
You're okay.
You'll come to
me, I'll say James Cameron. I do like quite a few Clint Eastwood films, and just recently, I'll say Dario Argento. But I would still need to watch Deep Red and get Cat O' Nine Tails, is it?
Have you watched Suspiria yet?
Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Love it. Also quite liked Opera as well. I thought that was pretty good.
Yeah, that's one I didn't like the first time I saw it, but when I watched it again, I loved it.
Lot crows, lot birds in it, which is quite interesting. But it's a good film. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Watched it about 2 o'clock in the morning, which was probably not the best thing.
It comes to my mind. It was Martin Scorsese was the one.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Just comes to my mind.
Peter says rappers should never be in movies. Don't know any good examples of that at all.
I'd say Ice Cube in Boys in the Hood.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Isn't Eminem done a film himself?
8 Mile.
8 Mile. It's all right. I wasn't that keen on it.
Yeah.
But I'd definitely say Ice Cube.
Yeah.
50 Cent, Get Rich or Die Trying.
Okay.
I think Ice Cube's son as well. Sorry.
Yeah, Straight Outta Compton. And Ingrid Compton.
Yeah, it's a good film.
I did enjoy Straight Outta Compton. Surprisingly good.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Man Williams delivered a really solid follow-up throughout the score from the original, with notes of the Jaws, but the main theme is there, but subtle. Love that score.
Yeah.
Peter says, except Kid Rock, I would watch a film with him in the lead role.
He did a great song, didn't he? Remember his song? All Summer Long.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Like a viral song, wasn't it? Viral.
Marvel fan says, anyone seen a show 15 Stories High?
Never heard of it.
Never heard of it.
Matt says, Pete, is your dad making an appearance tonight? No, he's asleep on the floor in the living room. What films has he been watching this week? A lot of stuff on Talking Pictures TV, I think. I don't know what they are, but a lot of it is like black and white TV stuff. And mind you, he sits and watching, but he ends up falling asleep. And I say to him, are you watching? Oh, yeah, I'm just listening, Peter. Oh, I'm resting my eyes and listening. It's like a radio program, Pete. Cora says, we'll have a look out for Jaws too. Roseful Gaming says, the director was so messed up. DVD from Funblock says, I don't know why this hasn't popped up in mine yet, but why do you hate Bugsy Malone so much, Andy?
I just can't get into it. It's just everything about that movie I do not get in any shape or form. I'm not the target audience for it. I just don't. I don't understand that movie, and it just winds me up. whenever I watch it. It's not for me. You know, if anyone watching enjoys that movie, more power to you. Go on enjoying it. It's just not for me.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah.
I know a few people who've seen it. I know, and they've said it's like quite annoying. Some of the stuff that happens in it.
Yeah.
But,
I hate the Fat Sam character. I just want to slap him because he just annoys the shit out of me. But yeah, I don't like it at all.
I remember when we were in CEX a few weeks ago, and it was on the shelf. And I just remember your face when you saw it.
Oh God, because we knew a guy who when I think I went to HMV with him one time, and he hates the movie Kindergarten Cop. Like absolutely despises it. And I think I was in HMV. It was either you or me, Mike. And he picked it up and he put it in a different part of the shop and behind something else and buried it because he just hated it that much.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. Josh says most disturbing film I've seen is probably Titane, but it's one of my favourites. I have a strong stomach when it comes to movies. Yeah, it's a good film, but definitely is. You watched it without English subtitles though, didn't you, Andy?
Yeah, I watched it in its native language. I didn't know what the hell was going on. But that Blu-ray it had no English subtitles, so I had to send it back, and I've got a new version of it which does have subtitles, but I haven't rewatched it yet. Yeah.
What did you thought of the film, Mike?
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, it wasn't one of my favorites, but I enjoyed it for what it was. Yeah.
Have you seen it, James?
No, I literally thought you were on about Titanic when I read it first time. But read it again. I was like, oh no, I got it wrong.
Ash says, not sure if anyone already answered, but yeah, Machine Gun Kelly was in Jackass Forever.
Yeah.
DVD even Film Bloke says Scum is disturbing and music for a different reason. Plus, I guess Bad Lieutenant, but it's more depressing than disturbing.
Yeah.
Rogue says David Lynch's Eraserhead is probably the most disturbing film I've ever seen, but would still recommend it. It's an experience.
Yeah, that's just reminded me that as well. I'd have to say Combat Shock as well.
Yeah.
That's the ending to that movie's rough.
I've heard what the ending is, and it definitely does seem whoa.
Yeah, a Razorhead meets Taxi Driver. Let's say.
Dr. Impossible says Jerry Goldsmith did a rejected promo trailer score for the 1995 Danny Cannon film Judge Dredd. Goldsmith's style and electric mix with orchestra would fit Dredd's world perfectly back in 2012.
Yeah, can see that.
Jill says, Pete, have you seen Dangerous Liaisons? I think you may love it. No, I haven't seen it. Is that the one that uses the music video for Coolio, Gangster Paradise? Or am I thinking of a different film?
No, that's with Minds.
Ah.
What Dangerous Liaisons is a period drama from the 80s. Great cast to it. It's got John Malkovich in it. Glenn.
I was going to say John Malkovich. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. I'll have to give that one a go. And thanks for the recommendation, Jules.
Just one to write down, Pete. There you go for the list.
Yeah. It's like a book. It is the amount of stuff I've got. Carlos says most disturbing movies: the original Maniac and Henry Portrait of a Serial Killer. Jump in a shower after watching those movies. Haha, felt dirty after watching.
Yeah. Maniac's great. The original one. I love the ending to that movie.
Yeah.
I I know Henry's on your list of films you wouldn't want to watch again, Andy.
Yeah. But I think Mike said it perfectly when he did his unboxing for it. He said, the whole movie, it's not violent throughout the movie, but the moments when it is really, really go there.
Yeah.
For me,
I think
it's concentrated on one or two scenes that get really, really tense.
I think I think that home invasion scene is very, very almost a bit too real.
It genuinely feels like, when you're watching the news sometimes and they say viewer discretion's advised, like it feels like that. It feels like you're watching something that you shouldn't be seeing with what's happening to this family. It's just horrible. Yeah.
Ash says, what has been your worst cinema experiences? Not necessarily the movie, but people chatting or fire alarms going off, etc.
I think probably for me, Bohemian Rhapsody. We had kids that wouldn't shut up, and then this guy at the end of the movie went over to the kids and started telling them off, and then everyone in the cinema pretty much turned on this guy. He was just saying, like, you can't speak to kids like that, and I got out of there as soon as I could. I did not like it at all. It was awful. Never seen it blow up like that before.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got two.
Oh, you got two, have you, James?
Cool. Yeah. One was a long time ago, Simpsons movie. So I watched the first 45 minutes of the Simpsons movie with the projector being like off sync, so like on the side or whatever. Yeah. So that was mental. And then I worked in a cinema for a long time. So, but the other one is when I was a worker. So Jurassic World, opening night, sold out screen, and we had a power cut. And so what happens with the screens is whenever there's a power cut, the film just stops where it is, and then when the power comes back on, it just picks up where it left off.
Yeah.
So the power's down for an hour. It'll say pause for an hour in effect, but then we play. So there was about 600 people wanting refunds and complimentary tickets. It was opening night of Jurassic World that you just can't. I call it like all the lights go on, like all the emergency lights go on, and it's like bright light. It's just crazy. It was nuts. But yeah, that would probably be one of the worst ones because as a worker, it was hard.
So, that does sound. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I think I've mentioned this before, but I remember going to see Rush Hour 3, and I think I was about maybe 15 or 16, and just throughout the whole movie, I just had like these young lads just throwing sweets at me like constantly, and like at the time, I think I was just too like I didn't have the guts to like get up and say something to them, so I just kind of tolerated it. Obviously, if that was to happen now, I'd probably just knock them out or tell them to fuck off. But yeah, at the time, I just didn't have the courage to like do anything, so I just dealt with it, and it ruined the film. But it's not really a great film anyway, so at least it wasn't for something good.
Yeah, we had something like a Shang-Chi, but we booked Shang-Chi, and then a boarding school booked out the entire screen. So there was just a whole school of kids, and then there was a few couples dotted around, but in the middle was all kids. Behind us, these girls just chatting all the way through it. I was just like, I'd already seen the film, so it was the second time watch, but still, not the point. But I guess flip that around. Like, what's your best experiences? What would be like your best experiences?
For me, probably Aquaman. That was just a great crowd. It wasn't like they were being noisy, but it wasn't like talking over the movie because they were bored noisy. It was just like people were like cheering, and it was when certain jump scares happened, like some of the people around me were like really scared and like jumping out of the skin. It was just a really, really fun experience and a really great audience to be sat with watching that movie.
Immersive, like
it really was a spot on just experience.
Mm.
No Way Home be mine.
Yeah.
I
That was a great
would agree
experience.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, people clapping. Just, yeah, and then Endgame at midnight. Endgame at midnight was mental.
I thought that was special.
Force Awakens at midnight was mental. People dressed up, lightsabers and all that. You know, it's just
Yeah.
great. Chewbacca outfits and onesies
Yeah.
and all that. It was great. Mental.
And then they went to see The Last Jedi 2 years later and threw the lightsaber in the bin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry about that. If that was from my end.
That's got to be an Everton equaliser.
Playing tonight, so yeah, they've just scored. So sorry about that.
Wow.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. My God. Last minute. It's the last minute.
Last minute equaliser. So yeah, sorry about
that. No worries. Probably the worst cinema experience for me was, I've only had like about 3 or 4. It would be the Batman. Well, a woman brought a newborn baby into the cinema and sat there with the baby. She was like, "This is too loud. This is too loud. Turn it down."
Wow.
The kid was crying because it was too loud. I mean, why take the kid in to see the film? So anyway, when the film finished, she was like at the manager, moaning at the manager, like, "This is unacceptable. The film is way too loud. I want my money back. It upset my baby."
Oh my God.
What's unacceptable is you taking your baby to the cinema. That's what's unacceptable.
Yeah.
That's like taking a duffel coat on a summer holiday trip.
Yeah.
Why would you do it?
That is why they do baby showings.
Yes.
In the cinema I worked at, 10 a.m. every day in the mornings was baby showings because the screen is quieter. The sound's quieter, Yeah.
This might have been a baby show, and I don't know because I went like Sunday morning at about 10, 9 o'clock, so it might have been. But she was the only one there with like a kid, and they were like, "Well, you're taking a child into the cinema, like obviously you shouldn't really have done that." And she really put up having a go at the manager. I think she did get a refund, but she wanted another ticket to go and see the Batman again, so she could take a child to see it again.
And I complain again.
Yeah, just to do it again. Very, very odd, but there you go. Dr. Impossible says, most disturbing film I saw was The Human Centipede, and that would be virtually on par with Man Bites Dog. Forget Scum. Thought Scum was brilliant as an Alan Clark film.
Scum is a great movie. Like, don't get me wrong, it's a really good prison movie. It's just there's a couple of scenes in it that I just find quite disturbing. I mean, there's the rape scene that happens obviously in the greenhouse, but I think there's some scenes I weren't expecting where some people commit suicide.
Yeah.
In the movie that they probably disturb me as well, because you're just not expecting them.
Yeah. We've got Video Tasty Scarab here saying, "What's your favourite Jet Li film?"
I've got to be honest, I've not really seen that many films with him. But I think the one I probably enjoyed the most was maybe there's one called Once Upon a Time in China. That one was pretty good. And I do quite like Lethal Weapon 4. He was the villain in that one.
Yeah, I'm going to have to say Lethal Weapon 4 and maybe The Expendables.
I'd probably say Lethal Weapon. The only one I can remember is Lethal Weapon and Mummy Tomb of the Dragon Emperor, but we don't talk about that one. What about you, James?
Yeah, no idea. I know he started in a new Mulan film, did he? But I don't know, director-wise. No idea.
We've got Rogue saying Dune is probably Lynch's weakest film, and he has disowned it. Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah,
I think his cut was like 4 hours or something like that, like something ridiculous.
Yeah,
like
it was.
The intended version he wanted, and then I think it just got edited and cut to to shreds, and just I don't think anyone was really happy with it.
Mm. Got DCR 80 Gaming here saying evening all. Thanks, mate, for joining. Right, David saying, James, how many 4Ks do you have, and what is your favourite Disney film and Pixar film?
4K. I can quickly do that. So 4, 12, 125 up there, and then whatever's down here. I probably would say maybe 170 4Ks in total
Nice.
at the moment. Actually, no more than that. These as well, maybe 180, 200 maybe. 4K is my prominent ones. Favorite Disney film and Pixar film. My favorite Pixar film is definitely Toy Story 1. Just nothing comes close. Disney film. I'm a sucker for like the old ones, like Jungle Book and Lion King, because I grew up on all those like 2D animation ones. Just back in the day, Aladdin, all those. Just had all the VHSs, still got them. So, yeah, they're my favorites.
Great pick. David also says you should do a video of your Blu-ray collection, James, as well as your 4K collection.
Yeah, so I'm going to be doing that probably in the next 2-3 weeks, because I need to catalog everything, because I'm starting to go to Kex and I'm like, have I got this? Do I have this or not? So I'm kind of want to do the video but then catalog at the same time. And I just figured after 1 year of doing videos, it's probably good to do a yearly annual My Collection update video every year. So I'll be doing that next month, so stay tuned.
Sounds good. Look forward to watching it. Dr. Impossible says Dune is a hard watch. Either way you cut it, even in the book form. I remember reading Lord of the Rings back in the early 1990s, and it was like getting through the most complex set of fantasy books. DCR 8 Gaming watched Clue with the missus the other night. She wasn't keen on it, but I loved it. Tim Curry is immense in it. Thoughts?
I love that movie.
I'm not a fan of it. I couldn't get into it at all.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Never liked it. I watched it once. One time watched me. Didn't really enjoy it.
I haven't seen it.
No.
But it looks good. I'd probably give it a watch. Tim Curry's in it, so yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Clue, but Meatballs is even funnier.
Ever seen Meatballs?
No, I've not seen that one.
I've seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Yeah.
I love that film.
DCR 80 Gaming says, I've only seen Meatballs once. I've forgotten about it. Thank you, bro. Peter says Dolph Lundgren is probably the only Swedish actor or actress I'm proud of.
Okay. I love Dolph Lundgren. But
yeah, he's great. We've got Meg's Movies here. Hey, Megan. Thanks for joining. Hey, guys. Hope you're well. What's been your favourite pickups of the year so far? Either brand new movies, releases, or one you picked up at random?
I'd probably have to say No Way Home.
Favorite pickup of the year. Just yet to come out yet. My highest rated movie of the year last year was King Richard. So that I technically bought that this year. But my highest rated movie of the year so far is Belfast. And that's coming out in Monday, I believe. So I think it is. It's coming out this week. But it's no 4K release, which is annoying. So,
no, I think it might be coming out in Germany 4K, I've heard.
Ooh, I have Amazon credits. Okay, I'll have a look. I need to get on that. Because, amazing film. Love Belfast. Brilliant. So, a bit of a cop out in terms of that, but they're my top 2 films so far.
What about you, Mike?
I think as like a sort of a general Blu-ray like release, maybe that Henry set. It's a really nice set. But there's a couple of movies I picked up on Blu-ray, just standard Blu-rays that I thought were really good movies. One of them is called Southern Comfort. It's like a Walter Hill movie that was really good, and probably that Dinner in America. I thought that was a great movie.
Cool. I picked that up recently. I've heard you really enjoyed it, and I think John watched a bit of it and he enjoyed it as well. So I'm gonna.
Yeah, I thought it was great. Yeah.
For me, going by new releases, I'm gonna say either Spider-Man or Last Night in Soho. But like older films, I'm gonna name Andy's favorite and say The Last American Virgin.
You know I love that film.
Lisa Michelle says, "Let's hope Beverly Hills Cop 4 isn't as bad as Coming to America." Yeah, let's hope.
Let's
so.
hope.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Stripes with Bill Murray is an outrageous comedy film. John Candy just about steals the show. Miss Candy as a comedy actor. He did another funny film called Summer Rental with Rip Torn. Hellish fun.
Yeah, I love Summer Rental. I think it's great. I miss John Candy as well. Like movies like The Great Outdoors and Only the Lonely. Yeah, he was a fantastic actor.
Yeah, he was. Andy Light says, anyone got Star Trek the motion picture on 4K yet?
I've just stuck with the Blu-ray.
Yeah, they're releasing it again, aren't they?
Are they?
Yeah, they're doing the first movie. They're releasing like another 4K of it. That's like, I think it's like restored, or it's either the director's cut or the theatrical cut for the first times. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be like a new scam compared to the one that they already did. But yeah, I think some people aren't happy because obviously they released the first 4 movies and now they're doing it again in possibly a better version.
Yeah. But also that set was a bit of a cop-out, weren't it? Especially for the price.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was just nothing new about it from what I'd seen on videos. It looked flimsy. It was only the first 4 movies for 80 quid in 4K. I was like, no.
Marvel fan says, I think Spider-Man No Way Home will fall into the same thing Deadpool 2 did, where they released a super duper cut on Blu-ray, a PG-13 cut called Once Upon a Time, a Deadpool in December 18.
Yeah.
Probably. Carl says, I have the iTunes stream of Star Trek the motion picture and the other 3, which uses the same transfer as 4K Ultra HD. The Beaver Drew says, what's your favourite movie cameo? My pick is Wolverine's cameo in X-Men's First Class.
I do love Stan Lee in The Amazing Spider-Man when he's and the lizard is fighting behind him.
Yeah.
And it's the library scene.
Oh, yeah.
That's a great one.
He's just in the music and just doing the books and all that. I think that's great. Yeah.
I kind of like the David Hasselhoff one in Guardians of the Galaxy 2. That one made me chuckle a bit.
I watched that really recently. I was like, I forgot that it was even in there. It took me back a bit, like, really random, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other ones. I can't think of any, to be fair. What about you, Mike?
No, I can't think of any either. Nothing's coming to mind.
I know there's a film I've got called Into the Night. It's got Jeff Goldblum and Michelle Pfeiffer in it, and it's got hordes of cameos in. But I haven't seen the film yet.
Yeah.
I think cameos can take me out of a movie sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They got to be done right, don't they?
Yeah.
Got to be done right.
Josh says, I'm going to head off for the night, but brilliant stream and great to speak to you finally, James. Night, guys. Thanks, Josh.
Thanks very
Hi,
much.
Josh.
Carl says, Andy, glad you appreciated me buying the Batman animated movies and agree, quite a few are better than the live action movies. Hi, Batman fans with Phantasm.
That's my favorite Batman movie ever.
Mm,
I love that film.
it's so good.
It's got such a great storyline and it's so complex. And I think the movie's like only like over 70 minutes long.
I know it isn't very long.
Yeah.
Wow. Edward Coppock says, what's the next movie coming out? Everyone is looking forward to seeing.
Probably Doctor Strange for me.
I would say Doctor Strange for me as well.
Yeah, same.
Yeah. Or Thor now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jurassic World as well. Another one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I can't wait till Downton Abbey's out, so they'll stop showing blinking trailers of it in the cinema, though. Oh my god! I feel like that's like been shown since like January. I mean, that trailer, like every single film. I don't know about you, but oh my god!
Yeah.
And the trailers, like I know the trailer so much now that it feels like two different films because like they go off to France and then they don't go off to France. They're filming this thing in Downton, and then I didn't even know the film, but I'm just already the trailers just blow my mind. It feels like two different films. But, yeah.
When is that film coming out? I thought it was coming
Next
out
Friday.
last year.
It's
Oh.
this week, yeah.
Is it? Oh wow.
Soon, yeah. So can't wait for them to stop.
Peter says, anyone here seen See No Evil? I got it home with my indicator order the other day.
No.
No, I know it, not seen it.
Yeah.
No, nor have I. Luke says, well, it's been brilliant watching, guys. I'm off to watch Possessor for the first time. Brilliant. Hope you enjoy it, mate.
Good luck with that one.
Bumper says, Possessor, what a movie. Not Impossible says, Andy, have you ever seen that wild horror thriller set in Amsterdam called Amsterdam? Jesus, that Dick Mass film is something else. If you haven't, Andy, get it.
I've heard of it, but I've never seen it.
Dr. Impossible says, Blind Terror, aka See No Evil, is worth a watch. The film scored by Elmer Bernstein just sets the pace to that film from the get-go. Cora says, I need to get the Blue Underground release of Amsterdam. Dick Mass Flodder trilogy was very popular here in the Netherlands, about an antisocial family. Dr. Impossible. Peter says, that sounds great. Peter says, See No Evil seems like one of the more interesting ones for my indicator hall. Cool. Rogue says, my three directors are Stanley Kubrick, Andrei Tarkovsky, and David Lynch. Great picks.
Yeah.
Cora says, moves to a very posh neighborhood. It also spawned a TV series in the 90s. Great. Dr. Impossible says you won't be disappointed with that film. I often go back to Blind Terror every so often. It's worth a punt. Cool. Peter says, I bet Machine Gun Kelly would just as much enjoy getting to see obnoxious Josh. What? Carlos says, Eastwood fan for life. Carlos says, great work on the stream again, guys. Till next week, got to go. And Pete, you lied. What happened to the haircut? Haha. I did have a haircut, but I just had the ends trimmed off. Still costs £10 and there was nothing to show. And don't look no different. Pete says, Dr. Impossible, did you get the Indicator limited edition of it? Bumpers Movie says, my three directors are Carpenter, Del Toro, and Craven, but I do like some modern horror. Directors such as James Wan and Alex Ajar. Yeah, good pick.
Yeah.
Carl says, Stalker is awesome. Read the book called Roadside Picnic beforehand. Dr. Impossible says, Dick Mass did that fun horror film, The Lift in '83. You can't go wrong with Amsterdam on any level. Fun horror film on canals of Amsterdam with a killer scuba diver. Oh, sounds cool. Yes, it did. Rogue says, Stalker is a masterpiece. I also love Mirror for prophecy. Got to announce it.
Yep.
Marvel says Netflix have announced they are also adding ads. Also, their prices have gone up, and Netflix will charge account holders by people sharing passwords.
Yeah.
Wow.
They want to charge, like, they want to give you, I think, one profile, and then if you want to add an extra 2 profiles, you've got to pay an extra like £2 something a month, because they are aware that people are obviously sharing one account by multiple profiles. So it's reducing the number of profiles, and then if you want more profiles, you've got to upcharge. Really, I do it. My brother has my account, and he has his own profile, my own profile. Like, do you know what I mean? Everyone, I think everyone does. I do with Disney.
Yeah.
Everything. So, yeah, this is another way for them to make money.
Yeah.
Didn't they like have losses or something? Like they've lost money. Like they lost 200,000 subs. I think it was.
Yeah.
They reported a dip in subscribers.
Yeah, I've heard that. But a lot of people said themselves is that there's too many like subscription services, and like the rise of cost of living is one of the things they cut. So they keep putting the prices up. It isn't going to help.
It isn't going to help. And 200,000. When I saw that, it's not like a big dent. And I mean, don't they have like 700 million or something? Like something crazy, like big numbers. 200,000 is like a couple of percent. Like it's not, we're not talking like they've lost half of their base in, So, don't know.
I don't understand why they're adding ads to them though.
Another way of making money.
But
Is this going to be like
free
adverts for other TV shows on Netflix, or adverts for like products, like TV advertisements?
Could be anything, yeah.
But
be anything. But that'd be like Spotify.
Like Spotify.
Like Spotify have a free tier, or like they may charge like $2 or $3 a month. Like I know Hulu do that in America. Like that's a big thing in America. They have a cheap price and then a big price for ad free. Like basically everything in America is like a HBO, I think, like that as well, and Paramount Plus. But yeah, who knows?
It says I picked up a DVD of Amsterdam by Shameless. Carl says, Dick Mass made some club films, also Since about a killer, Sinterklaas. Never heard of that. Dr. Impossible said, watch that film, Stan. It's fucking nuts, but in a good way. Peter says, I will. Bumper says, rappers in movies, MC in Menace to Society, Snoop Dogg in Training Day, Tupac and Juice.
They're all pretty good movies, yes.
Cara says, Andy talking about Bugsy Malone is like listening to people talk about Stan Page movies, Farage movies.
Okay.
Dr. Impossible says, Sint was good too, very underrated, Dick Mass, and he loved Hitchcock's style. Yeah. Pete says, Don't Tell Me How to Live with Kid Rock featuring Monster Truck is an awesome tune. Never heard of it.
No.
Bumper says, Sint is a great Dutch Christmas spell. Dr. Impossible says, it's a sin that Mass isn't known to the newer generations of movie buffs, Ichi. Marvel fan says, 15 Stories High starred the late great Sean Locke and Benedict Wong from the MCU. The show is on iPlayer, but when Sean Locke died, CEX overpriced Series 1 and 2 on DVD for £15. Wow.
I have to dip out if that's okay.
That's fine. That's no issue.
I have no tea, so
oh wow!
I have some food. So no, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I had a late lunch anyways. We then play football. I don't like to have food before football, obviously. So, but no, thanks for having me on. Thanks for accommodating me. Anyways,
Thanks for
as I said
coming on.
earlier, and yeah, I'll definitely when I get my schedule up and running, if I ever do, I'll definitely reach out to you guys because it'd be good to have you on the channel and stuff. So
Oh, thanks ever so
Yeah.
much.
but
That'd be great.
yeah, no, thanks for that, guys, and take it easy, everyone.
Yep.
You too.
Bye.
Cheers, Shane.
Thanks.
Take care. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh. Oh, that was great to have James back on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Just go through the rest of the comments. I don't know how many's left, but we've got James here. Good evening, everyone. Hey, James.
Hi, James.
Wow.
Hi, James.
The Viewer Drew says, "What's your biggest unpopular opinion? Tell me if this is an unpopular opinion or understandable. Logan is my favorite superhero movie ever made, and Dark Knight is a close second."
Yeah, that's I can understand that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's pretty good. Yeah, that's fair enough. So, what is your biggest unpopular movie opinion, then?
I think mine is. I think The Dark Knight is extremely overrated.
That's what I think as well.
I
do.
It's not to say I don't like the movie at all. I really do like it, but I just think the way people reacted to it was like like Jesus' second coming.
I do agree.
It's not that. It's good, but it's not that good.
I agree.
Yeah.
My favorite of the trilogy is Batman Begins. Always has been.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I'm not sure because I think there's probably a lot of movies that I have unpopular opinions about. I mean, to sort of stay on the Batman subject, maybe like the new Batman film, like I liked it, but I didn't love it as much as everyone else seems to love it. I thought it had a few issues, so maybe that's an unpopular opinion.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I've known a few people who aren't a big fan of it. I've known a few people that I speak to. They said that it was just too long and just didn't do it for them, which is fair enough. I can understand that.
Yeah, I think for me there was just I think in the second half there were a few bits in it that I kind of just lost interest. Like I think there was the whole bit, you know, with Catwoman and the whole sort of thing she has with is it Falcone?
Yeah,
like that whole bit. I just didn't care. I was just didn't care about that bit, and the whole stuff with like Thomas Wayne and his shady past. I just didn't really care. I thought those moments kind of slowed the movie down, and it could have been a bit shorter. But other than that, I did still enjoy it.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. James says, "Guys, the Nam movie is really good. An unexpected surprise."
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good. I'm not really into like Catherine Tate show and all that sort of stuff, so I'll probably give it a miss.
No, I'm not. To me, it looked like it would have like Keith Lemon the movie or Mrs. Brown Boys or the Harry Hill movie written all over it.
Yeah.
But if it's surprisingly good, then I'm glad it's not trash.
Yeah. It still feels like a TV movie or a feature-length episode of TV to me. Not a film I'd go in the cinema, but if it's good, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
Cara says, Sinterklaas is not Christmas. Sinterklaas is a festive tradition that's celebrated from Saturday after November the 11th to the 5th of December. Cool. Peter says, "You guys sound like freaking Smurfs when the speed is set up to 1.5 here." Yeah. Jib Jam Movies TV says, "Would any of you do a scratch poster like the ones I did? Really encourage to watch different genres." Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, I've got one of those scratch posters, but I've seen everything on it now. It's done all. I don't have it with me at the minute, but yeah.
How about you, Mike?
Yeah, yeah, I'd be up for doing that. Yeah.
That'd be fun.
Mhm.
James says, "Did you all have a great Easter?" Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
Hope
one.
you did, James, as well. Yeah.
Yeah, hope you did, mate. It's Dick Mass, right? Not Dick Mass. James says, "How would you rank the Jurassic films?"
I think for me, it would probably be the order they were released. I know that's like probably controversial because I know a lot of people hate the third one, but I think for me, the original three are like they're the ones like they're just kind of my childhood. The first three Jurassic Park movies. I think the other two, they're okay, but I just don't really go back to them all that much.
I think there was just too big of a gap between 3 and 4.
Mm.
It was
Yeah.
just- yeah. I mean, if I'm honest, the only one I actually think that is quite decent is the first one.
Yeah.
I think it's never been topped or touched. You know, I think I can take or leave Lost World, and pretty much the same with Jurassic Park 3 and the Jurassic World movies. I don't really like, if I'm honest. I'm just not a fan of them.
Yeah.
They just seem a bit very cliched, and Fallen Kingdom was awful. I just the second half of that movie just lost me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not even looking forward to the new one that much. I know like the main draw will be the original cast.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Like if the movie it's the other two Jurassic Worlds, then I'm not really looking forward to it all that much.
Yeah.
The thing that worries me with this new one is they're bringing back the old cast members. Is it going to be like how they did it with Fallen Kingdom? They're in it for about 5 minutes, like Jeff Goldblum was.
Yeah. Yeah.
If they do the nostalgia stuff like No Way Home, fair enough. But I don't want it just to be there, just like, oh, remember that?
Yeah. The thing is, No Way Home got it right. You know, the characters that show up in that movie served a purpose to the story.
Yeah.
But yeah, this new Jurassic World film has to do something similar. It has to be the characters that are there have to service the story, and it can't just be like, "Ooh, look who it is! Ooh, look who it is!" It can't do that.
Yeah, that's how it just feels like to me. For me, love the first one. Second, third one are all right. Fourth one's pretty good. I enjoyed that, but Fallen Kingdom, I hate it.
Yeah, I just can't get into it.
I remember watching the trailer and thought, oh, it looks great. Then watched the film and was like, this is so boring.
Yeah.
The second half of the film, the best bit of the film was the ending, because the prospect of what could happen, what we're going to see with this new film.
Yeah.
We've got Jules here saying, mention Michelle P is in the Dangerous Liaison to P. Andy. He can watch it with his new lady.
It's Dangerous Minds, Jules. Yeah, but yeah.
That's what.
Yeah.
Cool, good movie. Nick's movie talk. Evening all. Imagine for a moment you all harbour a desire to do a bit of acting. Is there any movie character you would like to play? I'd like to play Richard in Dead Man's Shoes.
I'd like to play Alfred Molina in Species. I won't say why.
I think by our reactions, we know.
Oh, I was not respecting that.
I'd like to play fucking Matt Dillon's character in Wild Things.
Oh.
No specific reason as to why, but yeah, just the range he had in that role. Yeah, just figured it was good acting. Yeah.
I mean, there's quite a few films where actors give great performances that you wouldn't mind taking their roles.
Yeah, Mark Wahlberg in Boogie Nights is another one.
Yeah. Michael Douglas in Basic Instinct.
Yeah.
I was thinking that one as well, yeah.
So many to choose from.
Yeah. Carl says, one, Michael Jurassic Park's book. Second one's Jurassic Park movie times 1,000. 3, The Lost World. Yeah. Marvel fans asking James when his next Out on the Bat is. Dr. Carl says, Dick Mesh, you mean? Josh says, taking a baby to see the Batman is like me going to Portugal and wearing a Jodie every day. True story. Cara says, question for everyone. Who in their right fucking mind uses the washing machine and dryer at 1:30 a.m.? Let's be honest, you don't pull that shit. God fucking damn, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's not on.
No.
That's not cool.
No, it's almost as bad as the guy who does the lawnmower in at like 10 o'clock at night.
Sad bastard.
Josh on about the same thing. Cora says, going to kick someone's face in any minute. Yeah, that is ridiculous at that time. Pete says, Andy, you should have stood up for that guy saying, yes, of course you should not only, but you should speak to kids like that when they will not shut up. Fuck you people, I'm here to watch a film.
Yeah, look, he did use some profanities. I said I'm not getting involved in this because that when I was there it was escalating, and I was not going to get involved in that for my own safety because of the way it was going. But yeah, it was a horrible situation to see. See it escalated. I'm not for choosing sides because he chose to go up to those kids of his own will and accord. But yeah, it was just a horrible situation.
Yeah.
I just want to forget. Yeah.
It does. Gary says, hi all. Hi, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, Gary.
Dot Impossible says, hit hard each year and you'll get a frozen pasty from Cornwall, a weapon of mass destruction. Carl says, have you found out where to get Cornwall pasties here? Maybe through an import shop. Took my pills, so I'm calmer now. We've got Bradley Stark here saying, hi guys, hope you're all well this evening. Curious to know if anyone can recommend a channel similar to yours that specialises in horror.
There's Tony's one, isn't it?
Tony's, yeah, Horror and Todge, Horror Hands.
Yeah, Horror Hands. There's another channel called What the Horror. She's fairly recent. She's really good.
There's quite a big one called Possessed by Horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet and Spooky, is it? I think she does some of that as well. Yeah, there's quite a few channels about. Cora says Horror Hands. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says best pasties and pasties on the Lizard. Quality. Some great film locations in Cornwall as well. Radley's saying hi, Cora, how it's going. We'll check that out. Thanks. Yeah, great channel. Jill says Radley Horror in Todge. Kermit's Ghost, both brilliant horror YouTubers, especially Horror and Todge. Definitely. Yeah. Cora says I'm fine, thanks. How are you? And thanks. Just noticed it's Horror Hands, and he's a very nice guy. Yep.
Yeah.
Mark Waters is here saying, have you seen the 1985 fantasy film Wizards of the Lost Kingdom? It's now on Blu-ray.
I think I've heard of it. I've not seen it.
No.
No, I haven't. Never heard of it. Dr. Impossible says Extreme Prejudice with Nick Nolte. Is that ever going to get a release on Blu-ray in the UK by Studio Canal?
That's
so.
actually a pretty good film.
Yeah.
Bradley says, good, thanks, Cora. Found that channel, bookmarked, and we'll look later. Jules, you got a link for those. Nothing comes up with search. Carl says, Andy, you as Batman fan should watch Mummy Dearest. Screw all actors who play the Joker. Faye Dunaway as Joan Crawford as the Joker is the real thing.
Yeah, she's terrifying in that film. It's not a great movie for me personally, but she's the best part of that movie. Without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah.
Peter says, yeah. Dr. Impossible says Faye Dunaway could play the Joker. She has that jawline and that sinister look. A female Joker could work.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, could happen. Wouldn't surprise me. Yeah. Carl says, wasn't joking about that Faye Dunaway as the Joker. I know you're never joking. It's just like the Joker. David asks, what's the best pickups from a charity shop on Blu-ray to James? James not here, but have you picked up anything recently on Blu-ray from a charity shop?
Not me personally. No, I've hardly ever go into them, if I'm honest.
Yeah, like the ones around me, they just don't have anything good. I think the last thing I picked up, a movie that does get talked about quite a lot on here. I found Roadhouse on DVD in Oxfam, and I didn't own it, so I thought I'll pick that up. So now it's in the collection.
Great movie.
Yeah,
fucking great movie, Roadhouse.
I'm not going to watch it. I just bought it to put it in the collection because I didn't own it.
It's a fun film.
Yeah.
It's just them ones that I picked up. I think I picked up, is it Princess Mononoke and Dances with Wolves for £2 each from charity shop. But again, nothing around here. I've been going to this one where I picked them up from recently, but nothing at all.
Yeah. I want to go to the one that Jason goes to because his always seems to have like great stuff. But the ones near me just have just typical stuff you'd find in charity shops, just nothing interesting.
If you check online, some people pick up some marvelous stuff from charity shops.
Yeah.
Somebody picked up like a load of box sets and Blu-rays, about 10 for £1, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
Jill says, I will try and spell them correctly as I'm a huge horror fan. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, is that an April Fool's Day again? That's a nice film too, April Fool's Days.
Yeah, I like April Fool's Day.
Yeah. We've got Danny here from This Is My Life, just dropping in, editing another pickups video. That's cool.
Nice.
Marvel fan says Fast and Furious 10 is going to be known as Fast X.
Of course it is.
Brilliant. I don't know what to make of that film, to be fair. Isn't Brie Larson supposed to be in this one as well?
I got a clue. All the Fast and Furious movies just blend as one for me. I still haven't seen number 9 yet.
I've only seen one, and it was the Tokyo Drift one. That's the only one I have seen. And I think isn't that like the only one that's kind of not really connected to the rest?
It's probably the one that's distanced itself the most.
The one that kind of feels the most like a spin-off or something.
Yeah,
I know Vin Diesel's in. I remember him showing up at the end.
Some people find that one probably the weakest of the franchise, I think. It's all right. But after Fast and Furious 9, they've got to pull a miracle with this one. just end the series, please. End it.
Yeah.
Aren't we getting like a Hobbs and Shaw 2 as well?
Yeah, I think so.
Eventually, when that comes
Hobbs and
out.
Shaw is actually all right. I don't mind Hobbs and Shaw.
I enjoyed it. It was good. A little bit too long, but I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Cora says, still need to see. Yeah, April Fool's Day. Think Shout Factory released it.
Yeah.
We've got Rogue here saying, what's your favourite musical? Mine is Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah, probably South Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably that, or maybe Rocky Horror.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I used to love Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, but I haven't seen it in absolute years. But recently watched Rocky Horror, really enjoyed it, so I'll say that as well. Jill says, Kevin's Ghost, Popcorn and Horror is really good. Horror Hands, Horror and Podge. Yep, all brilliant channels.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, avoid student bodies, Cora. April Fools is a good, fun slasher film.
Yeah.
Cora says it's high on the list. Matt H says, have any of you seen the film Come and See?
I have it, but I've not watched it yet.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's probably one of the best films I've ever seen.
Really?
Yeah, it was amazing. I picked up the Criterion of it because you can only get it in America, and I thought it was Region A only, but it's actually Region A and B. Because I don't own a multi-region player, but as soon as I found out it was Region B as well, I got it. So I think it's a great film.
Oh, what's it about? Never heard of it.
It's like a Russian war movie set during World War II in Russia, and it's just kind of like about this young boy who just kind of gets caught up in the German invasion in Russia. Yeah, it's just really, really good film.
Sounds quite interesting.
It's quite. Some might argue it's that film's kind of disturbing and quite harrowing in places. The second half of it, especially, is quite a tough watch in places, but yeah, really good.
I could imagine.
Yeah.
Cora's seen it. DVD and Film Bloke says, my God, finally some people think The Dark Knight is overrated. I thought it was shit. Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but that's obviously that's his opinion. But yeah, I just don't think it's as good as people make it out to be.
Same here. Okay. Dr. Impossible says, I don't like any of the Nolan Batman films. Too long-winded, and Nolan is full of it, but Nolan film that I do like is Memento.
Yeah, I do think Nolan is full of himself, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah. But Memento and Insomnia are pretty good.
Isn't Memento the one with Guy Pearce?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That movie kind of reminds me a little bit like of Irreversible, like the way it's filmed.
Yeah.
I'll have to give that one a go. I know I've seen a few of his recent ones. I've seen Dunkirk. I did like Tenet. Tenet I thought was all right.
I think Tenet's probably his best film in quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I do.
Yeah, I could get behind that. Yeah, I do agree there.
I think parts of it were maybe it reminded me of Inception. Like it kind of went a bit too complicated just for the sake of it. I felt.
Yeah.
But overall, I still enjoyed it.
Yeah. I just think he's one of the most pretentious filmmakers.
Yeah.
I do think he is up his own arse.
Yeah.
With movies.
Mm-hmm.
Peter says, is Daniel Isn't Real any good and worth picking up?
Never seen it.
No, I've not seen it either.
That's the one on the Arrow label.
Oh, right, okay.
I'm pretty
I know the one.
certain somebody told me Arnold Schwarzenegger's son's in it.
Oh, which son?
I don't know. Somebody said one of his sons is in it. It's either that one or there's another one on Arrow. His son's in it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Coral says Andy looks like he's going to puke. Can't blame him. We've got Gary here saying good evening, everyone. Good evening, Gary.
Hi, Gary.
Coral saying hi, Gary. Dr. Impossible says he doesn't look good, Itchy. I'll pass the yellow bag. Fancy a Mr. Kipling, Andy.
Sorry if I look terrible.
All this talk of Mr. Kipling's makes me want some French fancies. I love them.
Yeah, they are quite nice French fancies.
Bradley says, found them, Jules. Massive horror fan here too. That's good. Danny says, I was on the edge of my seat watching Spider-Man, but I was blown away until Doctor Strange made it easy to catch the villains. I was slightly disappointed on the movie that could have been more to it.
That's fair enough.
Yeah. Wait, hold the phone. Andy has a girlfriend. What?
I don't.
Bradley says, actually, I watched a real horror show tonight. Chelsea versus Arsenal, 4-2 at home. Oh my fucking god. Top four looking dodgy for us again.
Who won 4-2? Did Chelsea win 4-2?
Arsenal won.
Arsenal won?
Yeah.
What? Oh, man.
I wouldn't have called that, given Arsenal's recent form, but yeah.
even I don't know nothing about football, but wow. Fucking Arsenal, wow.
Well, fair play to Arsenal.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. This next comment. Dr. Impossible said, Alfred voted species. Right, it's time to hit the vodka and coke. Fucking hell, Mike.
I know what happens to him in the end is not good, but it's just like those few minutes before he dies.
It's worth it.
It's worth it.
Yeah.
Oh.
I can't believe she used to be married to the singer Darius.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Really?
From Pop Idol years ago. But yeah, she used to be married to him.
Yeah.
Never knew that.
Yeah.
Peter says, I would love to see Andy as Dirk Diggler and Boogie Nights.
Yeah, but his dick's too small.
Joe said, I would love to play Astrid in Backbeat Long. Dr. Possible says, poor Mike. Marvel fan says, has anyone pre-ordered Hacksaw Ridge in Dirty Dancing 4K Steelbooks?
No, but they sound like decent steelbooks.
Yeah. I'm pretty certain the Dirty Dancing 4K Steelbook's like 40 quid off Amazon. I saw it today.
Ouch.
Might have been from a different seller, but I'm sure I saw it for 40 quid, and that is too much. Farrah says, what do you mean, poor Mike? Haha.
Yeah. Lucky Mike.
Yeah.
Gary says, horrible reviews. Is a channel worth checking out? Haven't heard of that channel before, so I'll check it out. Cool. Dr. Impossible says, you and Boogie Nights Cora, sex on the brain, typical Netherlands. Cora says, I don't think Mike's as bad as he looks. Maybe when he's pissed on Friday night after too much sherry, but otherwise he seems fine.
Fair enough.
Brian's here. He says, yo, how's it going, lads? Just watched Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and thinking, what the heck did I watch? But it was a lot of fun.
Yeah. It's a weird movie.
Yeah. Picked it up.
I'm not sure. Sorry, Pete.
You go because you've seen it. I haven't.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. I'm not sure what I think about it. I think I like it, but I don't know. I can't see myself going back to it.
I find it's very abstract, that movie.
Yeah. Yeah. I can like appreciate it, but just I don't really get much out of it.
But yeah, I picked up this weekend or past weekend. I'll give it a go. It's got Johnny Depp in. I like Johnny Depp. That's the main reason I got it. I've heard it's basically just a film about drugs and what they do to you.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll go in with an open mind then.
Yeah.
Peter says, Ryan, everyone is saying you're never on these streams anymore because you're practically singing every night instead. No, he is bringing out an album. Carl says, I never have sex on the brain. Pinky swear. Fair enough. Carl and Doctor use up to no good again, says Ryan. Dr. Possible says, Mike would be good in Downton Abbey. Butler, Mike, certainly not Boogie Nights. He has no style, Mike. Cora says, it's Dr. Impossible's fault. He started it. Ryan says, I've been hiding in the darkness because I'm planning a brand new series for you guys. Ooh. Gary says, my local CX is about 50 copies of Force Awakens. They just can't give them away. Yeah. I think mine has and all. It just seems to be like one of those titles that they always seem to have now.
Just such a waste, that trilogy.
Yeah. That film is great and shows a lot of promise, and then they're just like, rip everything up for the rest of them.
Oh.
But that being said, I played the Lego Star Wars saga, and actually, The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker is bearable thanks to Lego.
Okay.
The Lego versions are bearable because it's just a piss take on it, essentially. But still won't see the films for a long while yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bradley says, hey guys, do you have any movie series you rewatch over and over? For me, it's the Hellraiser films, Saw films, all the Exorcist films, Nightmare on Elm Street, and all the Final Destinations.
I can watch those 10 Star Trek films over again because I love those movies. Some of them are flawed, some of them are better than others, but as a whole, I just enjoy all the movies.
Yeah, I'd probably say something like the Nightmare on Elm Street films, even though I know some of them are not that great. Friday the 13th as well. Some of them are not great, but I do enjoy rewatching them from time to time. Probably just a lot of sort of like horror related series.
For me, probably the Dirty Harry films, Pirates I watched recently. I suppose you could say the MCU, I suppose, but it's like its own genre, not a series, to be fair. The amount of films are there. But I do like the Hellraiser trilogy. Well, the first one and the third one. I haven't seen the second one yet. And I'm still working my way through the Nightmare on Elm Street. I'm trying to prepare myself for the fifth and sixth one.
Yeah.
Right. I think you sort of hit a peak with 1 and 3. They're the best ones.
Yeah. Four's not too bad. That
I'm one of the few people that actually likes 2.
Yeah, I like 2.
Yes, it's all right. Yeah, it's not bad. It's okay.
I think it gets a lot of shit too, but yeah.
I think mainly because it's such tonally different to the first film. That's probably why. Dr. Impossible says, not me, it's a shag carpet from the Netherlands, but he has good taste. 5 films, itchy, I'll give him that. Edward says, who would you like to see return in Doctor Who? A good writer.
Russell T Davies.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been that long since I've watched it.
I mean, I don't know whether John Barrowman would come back as Captain Jack. I don't know whether that he would be able to now. I don't know what's going on that way. I just want to see like David Tennant, Matt Smith, Peter Capaldi, Chris Eccleston, all the returning doctors, all the doctors who are alive to come back.
Yeah.
And kick Jodie Whittaker out of TARDIS. Ryan says, shall I message Pete to make my grand return? Peter says, yeah, Ryan, you're practically singing. I know it. Yeah, Ryan, do that. DVD and Film Bloke says the 30th Fast and Furious film will be called XXX, Very Fast and Really Furious. I don't think it sounded as rude as I wanted it to be. Carl says Mike is like God. I'm like vermin compared to him. Mike's awesome. Peter says probably Tommy if I had to choose a favourite musical.
I couldn't get into that film, but that's fair enough. Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Mike is a hellish rocker. It says see me, feel me, touch me, heal me. Okay. Gary says put the cheese toasty down, Ryan, and join the stream. Jill says who was your 90s crush? Andy's had to be Winona Ryder's.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do agree there, definitely. Or Michelle Pfeiffer. I can't think of anybody else.
Yeah, not too sure. Yeah, Winona Ryder's definitely one. Probably Michelle Pfeiffer. I do like Jennifer Connelly from Dark City, and I think that was a 90s movie.
Yeah.
We'll go with Natasha Henstridge from Species, like we've already mentioned. Yeah.
Would you say Salma Hayek from Dust Till Dawn? I know a lot of people like her.
Just Salma Hayek from anything.
Yeah. 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 There's a lot.
Yep. Yep. Coral says, if ever a meteor or other planets collides with Earth, Mike will be the only one able to save us all. Dr. Impossible says, cheese toasty. He's probably eating the stuff right now. Ryan says, could be the return of the Geordie Savaloy. Okay. Radley says Nolan himself might be full of himself, but I love Inception and Interstellar. Similarly, Kojima is also a twat, but he makes great video games. Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says heavy metal with Mike. Cora says I like Nolan's attitude that says "fuck you all peasants." Have mad respect for someone like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Bradley says, stop congratulating Arsenal, you arseholes.
I'm only saying fair play to Arsenal because they've lost the last 3 games and that, but Chelsea are a good team and they deserve to be where they are in the league and they deserve to be in the FA Cup final. So.
Cora says, I forgot Mike also plays music. Jesus Christ, bet he's great in bed too. Is there anything he can't do? What do you
This conversation is going strange places.
It's going to turn, hasn't it?
Wow. I have no words. Daddy says, I am having a James Bond marathon, but I think I'll be an old man by the time I finish watching them.
Like we said, I wish we could do that for the first time.
Yeah.
Watch them all.
Oh, it'd be great. Perfect Sunday afternoon movies and bank holiday movies.
How far along is he? Ask him that.
Yeah. What ones are you up to, Danny?
Yeah.
Whoa. Cara's asking that.
Fucking hell.
Jeez.
Yeah, this is definitely going strange places, this conversation.
Yeah.
Moving swiftly on. Dr. Impossible says, Cora, just like a Swiss Army knife, multiple purpose all round Mike's better than James Bond. I bet he grabs a 3-wheeled Royal.
I don't know what I've done to deserve this.
Now I'm just thinking of Mr. Bean with the that 3-wheel car he always used to fucking batter.
This, I had no idea what's coming on tonight, but wow. Dr. Impossible says, Jesus, Itchy, you need to see a gynecologist. Radley says, speaking of weird movies, I watched Nocturnal Animals the other night. Still not quite sure exactly what I watched. I think I liked it despite some uncomfortable scenes.
I think that's a great movie, Nocturnal Animals.
I haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Mike?
I've heard of the title, but I can't place the movie.
It's got Amy Adams and Jake Gyllenhaal in it.
I think I know which one it
Aaron
is.
Taylor Johnson, is it?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a really dark movie, but one of the weirdest openings to a movie you'll ever see. But I thought it was great. I went to see it at the cinema. I watched it back to back with a rival. Yeah, I loved it. I thought it was great.
Cora says, Mike's coming after me, isn't he? I fucked up so now. He's going to kick my ass. Gary says, Back to the Future is a film series I can watch anytime.
Same.
Fantastic.
Same. Yeah.
Josh says, hey guys, I'm back. Had to go and record a video. That's cool. Cora says, on a serial note, watch After the Fox today. Have you seen it?
No.
No.
Never heard of it. We got Danny saying, I picked up the Blu-ray movies Indiana Jones and Back to the Future as it took me a century to upgrade them from DVD. I know I said DVD.
Yeah, they're worth upgrading to Blu-ray.
Two great collections. Well worth it.
The Blu-ray for Temple of Doom's the extended version as well.
Yeah.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. We just don't mention Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
What's that?
David says, hi Gary North. Dr. Impossible says, any Roger Dawson films you like, Mike and Andy? 13 Days, No Way Out, White Sands, which is very underrated film with Defoe.
I like White Sands. It's pretty good. It's got Mickey Rourke in it.
Well, the obvious one is Species.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I love Species.
To be honest, to be honest, I don't really like it that much. To be fair, I'm just referring to Alfred Molina, but
it's good for certain reasons.
Yeah. But yeah, on a serious note, there's a movie he made called Sleeping Dogs, with Sam Neill.
Yeah.
I think Arrow released it.
I think it is on Arrow. Yeah, I noticed that now.
Yeah, that was pretty good. But I know he did Dante's Peak as well, the one with Pierce Brosnan.
That's good film. Yeah.
And the Getaway remake. Yeah.
I still need to see the Getaway remake. I've seen the original, but
It's
I know it's not. I've heard it's not great. But
it's not that great, but it's got another very similar scene, like Species. Yeah.
Kim Basinger.
Yeah.
Say no more.
Yeah.
Definitely. Josh says, I'd hop on if I could. Vengeance Media says, what's going on, guys? Hi, Matt. Hope you're doing well, mate.
Yep.
Dr. Possible says, never seen After the Fox. Chrissy says, Ryan, as far as musical, Legally Blonde was worse. Made Cats the reboot seem like a masterpiece. Didn't know they they must have turned it into a musical.
I don't actually mind the first film, Legally Blonde. I think it's all right.
I like the first one. It's all right. Aren't they doing another one, a third one?
I've heard they are rumours, but
they're always bringing old franchises back. So yeah, obviously it's going to get a sequel. Jill says, night, you lovely lot. Thank you for a brilliant stream as always. Thanks ever so much, Jules.
Night, Jules.
Night, Jules. Chrissy is shocked at Ichi's question. I think we all are. Danny says, I'm just on Thunderboard, just have to get through the one with that terrible Bond acting. Tomorrow Never Dies. I can do anyone got nose out gas. What? Knockout gas.
Okay.
I didn't mind Tomorrow Never Dies.
Which terrible Bond actor in Tomorrow Never Dies?
Is he talking about Jonathan Pryce, is he? Who plays the villain? I'm not sure.
I don't know. He's terrible. He's not about Pierce Brosnan, is he?
I don't know.
I've got a soft spot for Tomorrow Never Dies, though.
Yeah. I think I like the first half of it. The second half, not so much.
Yeah.
I can get that.
I think the Pierce Brosnan ones, I'd rank them the same as their release.
Yeah, same. Yeah,
I would as well. We just don't talk about Die Another Day.
Yeah.
But Die Another Day, like I think the first 10-15 minutes of it are actually pretty good, and it has a lot of promise, but then it falls apart very quickly.
Yeah. Chrissy says, speaking of strange things, did you ever look Eddie from Stranger Things season 4? No, I haven't had a look yet, Chrissy. I need to have a look and see about this Eddie guy from Stranger Things. Carl says, After the Fox is a fun movie if you've seen some Italian movies from the 60s and Isaka's neo-realism movies. Cool. Vengeance Media said since it's 420, what is your favourite all-time stoner movies?
I really, really like Pineapple Express.
Yeah.
Same here. I love that film.
Yeah.
It's good.
Just a lot of fun.
It's the Danny McBride character. I just think he's hysterical in that film.
Yeah. Cara says, I'm glad you don't take me serious, Mike.
It's fine.
Dr. Impossible says, I apologise, Mike, for the disgusting bloke from the Netherlands. Just make certain he pays for it, Mike. A heart poker might do. Shocking liberal upbringing. That's his. Bradley says, odd question, but maybe do any of you prefer to buy movies you really want in Steelbook? It always makes me feel more of an event taking the discount for Steelbook before you watch it, in my opinion.
I used to be big on Steelbooks. Like, it was my preferred way to get a movie, but now I'm not really that bothered.
Yeah. I think they're too expensive, and I just don't think you get enough with them. Like, I know the Steelbook case like itself and the artwork is nice, but I always feel when you open them, I just feel really underwhelmed. Like it's just the disc in there. I don't know. I just feel like it needs something else to like justify the price.
Yeah, I feel the same. I'm not a big fan of steelbooks. If I find one cheap, I'll pick it up. But I'd rather just have a normal case, to be fair.
Yeah.
I just think they're too expensive for what they are. If I had a big, lavish special edition, then it does feel like an event, I suppose, taking a film out of it. But steelbooks just, to me, just seem like very expensive. And there's nothing really much included extra to warrant the price.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Cora says, no, it was because we had to read the Saids 120 Days of Sodom in original French in primary school. That's what did me in.
That would do me in as well.
Sounds like it. Gary says, if I can get a steelbook of my favourite movie for a decent price, I will. If not, a standard Blu-ray will do. Absolutely. Cora says, traitor. Radley says, fair point, Gary. Some steelbooks sell for crazy prices. If you don't get them at launch, you'll probably miss the boat.
Definitely.
Deep Deep Filmbook says, Crystal Skull nuking the fridge. I'm surprised in those protect and survive shots from the 70s didn't suggest hiding in a fridge. I mean, the suggestions they made were just ridiculous. You will get it.
I remember, I think we went to see that at the cinema, didn't we, Mike?
Yeah.
I think I came out and I was like, I didn't mind it, and I think your response was aliens. What the hell?
Yeah, I think I remember saying something like, "Why was there aliens in it?"
Yeah. But on rewatch, it's not good. Yeah.
No. Edward says, what's the most underrated Disney movie?
Brave Little Toaster. Fucking love that movie.
What about you, Mike?
Is the Aristocats, is that Disney?
Yeah.
That was I quite enjoyed that one as a kid. Maybe Tarzan. I think that's quite underrated. Maybe. Yeah.
For me, I'll probably say Treasure Planet. I know it's a Pixar film, but I also think A Bug's Life's quite underrated. You don't hear many people talk about that one.
Yeah, no, Bug's Life's great. Yeah. Is it Basil's the Great Mouse Detective as well?
I did pick that up. I'll watch that soon. Danny says, yes, Pierce Brosnan. Daniel Craig is brilliant as Bond.
Okay. Right, okay. I'm the other way around, but yeah. I'm not a big Daniel Craig fan.
Yeah, same.
Radley says Daniel Craig is a butler with a gun.
I just find Daniel Craig so boring, if I'm honest. He's very bland as Bond for me.
Yeah, I can tell that. There's a lack of charisma compared to the other Bonds with his, definitely.
Yeah.
Oh, and that front cover of No Time to Die, I looked at it today and it looks like he's pulled his back. That pose he pulls. Chrissy says, as far as stoner movies, I recommend everyone become one before watching Ghostbusters 2016. Even I only say by Blu-ray for after dental surgery.
I think I'll skip that movie.
Yeah, you're not missing much. Or not a big fan at all. Thankfully, I only got it from Houndland, but I kind of wish I didn't.
Report that to the police, Pete. I think he got robbed.
I did get a clear case out of it, so I got a spare clear case.
That's true. Yeah.
Danny says, I love steelbooks, but they look better in the shop. I much prefer giant box sets that look good.
Yeah, I get that, yeah.
Dr. Impossible says steelbooks will rust given time, but some steelbooks are pretty decent.
Yeah.
DVD Filmbook says, after Crystal Skull's nuke in the fridge scenes, I keep thinking of those old protecting shorts adverts the government made in the 70s in event of a nuclear attack. Yeah. Dr. Impossible says, did you like Spielberg's Ready Player One?
Yeah. Oh, on the whole, yeah. I liked the scenes in it. I really did dig. Other scenes I didn't. But on the whole, yeah, I did enjoy it. I thought the race scene was phenomenal. I just thought it was great.
Yeah.
The bit with the Shining stuff too, I thought was pretty good. But yeah, I did overall enjoy it. Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I think it's a great looking movie, visually stunning. It didn't do much for me on like an emotional level, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah.
I watched it. It was all right. I'm not the biggest fan over it. It did like a lot of like, oh, remember that, that. But it's all right. Got Matt saying from Vengeance Media saying Tangled is underrated in my opinion. It came out near the same time as Frozen and got overshadowed massively.
Yeah. Well, Wreck-It Ralph came out, I think, in between them. Well.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, yeah, because I remember when Wreck-It Ralph came out, and I remember the trailer for Frozen had just come out, and I remember it being like there wasn't much buzz about it. Like, oh, it's the trailer's got a bit under the radar. It's not, and then it just was a massive juggernaut when it came out. You couldn't escape the songs from it. It was huge. Yeah.
Yeah. I can remember when Frozen came out, because I got Disney Infinity. It was a game that came out in 2013, and it had like a whole list of up and coming characters, and they had the two characters from Frozen. And I remember at the local game store where I used to go into, they had a whole list of pre-orders, and those two characters were the least pre-ordered ones. And as soon as like coming closer to the film, they were skyrocketing. You could not get them for love nor money, them two figures. It's so strange. Something must have happened. Was it like word of mouth or just the trailers really inspired you
It must have been. It must have been. I went to the cinema to see it with my partner at the time. And it was literally us and two other people in the whole screen. That was it. Yeah, it just, I don't know what happened. It just blew up.
I think it's something probably to do with the Let It Go song and all the songs they see, the trailers on YouTube and the songs. And that's just what happened. That's all I can get. But it's astounding the amount of money that made at box office.
Yeah. 'Cause I don't think it's the best Disney movie by any means. I do think it is flawed in that, but it is still enjoyable. But it's just, it just was massive.
You could not escape the songs on the radio. You could not escape the merchandise. They even re-released the film as a sing-along version. I can remember that.
Yeah. Crazy.
Was the second one as big in the cinema?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was. Like it's okay, the second one, but I don't think it nearly was as successful as the first.
Yeah. Andy Light says Connery's the best Bond.
I can see that. Yeah.
Cora says, have to go now. Had a great time. Mike, you rock. Pete and Andy, you're not too bad either. See you all next time. Cheers. Thanks, Cora.
Thanks, Cora.
Doctor Impossible says Craig is certainly bland. Andy, Roger Moore's best Bond was The Spy Who Loved Me. The only time Moore felt more dark in the role. Wow, it was also For Your Eyes Only
Your
as
Eyes
well.
Only for me would be the darkest Roger
Yeah,
Moore's.
where he kicked the car off the cliff.
Yeah.
He never wanted to do that.
Yeah, because if Roger Moore didn't want to do the scene, you know it was going to be for a reason.
Yeah, but I remember they had to definitely fight to get that scene in because he was like, I do not want that in. That does not feel like my character.
Yeah.
And definitely compared to his other stuff of the Bond franchise, it was quite a departure. But it was cool to see a more brutal version of him.
Yeah. I think the 3 films that he made in the 80s are all quite dark movies. Like I always remember in Octopussy, the bit at the beginning, you know, when 009 gets killed. I always remember that scene was really dark, and obviously A View to a Kill has a lot of very dark scenes with Christopher Walken, like killing all the people in the mine and things like that.
Yeah, that scene from Octopussy, that's like something out of Friday the 13th.
Yeah, it is.
It's quite dark.
It's great.
Yeah.
And then the bit with where Zoran turns on his men in A View to a Kill, that's really dark.
Yeah,
for what it is. But my favorite Bond will always be Dalton. It's unpopular opinion, but he's my favorite James Bond.
He is really good. DVD from Film Bloke says, by the way, have any of you seen an animated film called When the Wind Blows? I haven't, but I've heard it's dead depressing.
Yeah, I think it's one of the Studio Ghibli movies. It's been a long time since I've seen it. I don't really remember it. But I have seen it a long time ago.
Yeah, I've heard of it, but I haven't seen it. Have you seen it, Mike?
Not seen that one. I've seen one called Grave of the Fireflies. That's quite depressing. Like the end of that
I've
one.
heard that is quite depressing. Cora says, Pete and Andy, you're not too bad. Thanks, Cora. Andy Light says, good stoner film, Biodome. Ever heard of that one?
I wouldn't call it good. It's certainly something, but good's not one of the words I'd use to describe it.
I'd moved to the earpiece. This was irritating my head. Radley says, last question, guys. How do you manage your collection space? As an example, Andy is surrounded by a virtual wall of Blu-rays. Do you trim your collection to things you really like, or just keep collecting?
I just keep collecting. Just keep going.
Yeah, I just keep collecting, and I worry about the space later.
Yeah, I'm very much the same. I have sold a couple that I bought real cheap that I got for like silly prices, so I thought, sell it. I could buy them back. It's like Disney stuff I bought for a couple of quid, so I could sell it for like 10, 15 quid. Still, so fair enough. But I once it's in the collection, I tend to keep it, but it's finding the storage for it. I've got piles in the living room, piles in the bedroom. It's all over the place. I've got to sort stuff out, but it'll eventually get to it. Eventually, 10 years down the line.
Yeah.
Danny says, I watched Ghostbusters Afterlife. I love the movie, but Ghostbusters 2016, it sucked balls. So I put a video up, took the piss out of it. Yeah, it's not very good. I mean, but if you like it, fair enough. It's good.
Yeah, if you like. Yeah, I know some people do like the 2016 one, and that's more power to them for enjoying it. You know, I've got no interest in seeing it, and I probably will never watch it. But more power to them if they like it.
Danny says Frozen sucks. It's all right.
It's not for everyone.
But there was a time when it just got so annoying. You walk into the shop, let it go.
You couldn't escape it. It was everywhere.
Yeah, I think all the way from 2015 to all the way up to 2015, you could just hear that all the time. Top toys for Christmas, Frozen, Frozen this, Frozen that, Frozen everything.
It probably overshadowed the film that came out after it as well, because not a lot of people talk about Big Hero 6.
No, they don't.
It's
That's true.
completely sunk that and overshadowed that.
It's just like, that must have made Disney hordes of money in merchandise, because you still see hordes of Frozen stuff to this day, don't you?
Yeah.
I think that's the
Absolutely.
first Disney property for quite a while that has actually stayed momentum that people still buy merchandise for.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says, yeah, I thought Frozen was shite as well. Yeah, fair enough. I haven't seen the second one. I've heard some people quite like it, but I've heard a lot of people not a big fan.
If you don't like the first one, obviously you're not going to like the second one.
Yeah.
For me, it was all right. It wasn't as good as the first, but
Yeah.
it's still enjoyable on some level, I thought.
Danny says, I've been picking up a lot of lenticular Blu-rays cheap in a charity shop, as I much prefer them to steelbooks. Almost completed the Marvel 3D collection. Well, that's brilliant. I really do like the 3D slipcovers on them. Nice designs, and they all go really well together.
Yeah.
Shame they stopped them though.
I think I've only got two of the MCU on 3D. I've got Winter Soldier and Infinity War.
Oh, cool. Dr. Impossible says, it was a bit cold in places, Ready Player. Not Spielberg's best. The Colour Purple was as close to Spielberg's getting a David Leon moment. He tried very hard to be a more serious director.
Yeah, he's hit and miss for me, Spielberg.
Yeah. I wasn't a fan of Colour Purple that much.
No.
Yeah. So it didn't do it for me. I enjoyed it, but I was hoping it was going to be better.
I liked it a lot more on rewatch.
Mm.
I wasn't keen on it the first time, but then on rewatch, I was like, okay, this is actually pretty good. But yeah, some of his stuff, I think he's gotten worse as time's gone on, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I think he's not really done anything special, in my opinion. You know, I don't think we'll ever get another Jaws or another, E.T. or Jurassic Park.
No.
Well, I don't think we'll get anything as profound as Schindler's List again.
No.
I think that's the best film he's ever done, in my opinion. But yeah, he's missing something that stops his movies from being great.
Yeah, I do agree.
I think at best he's just good.
Yeah.
He's just not great anymore.
Yeah. I think the last film he's made that I did genuinely really enjoy was that Tintin movie.
Yeah.
It surprised me, that movie. I thought it was pretty good.
Why was it
underrated?
Indiana Jones 4?
I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. This is my life. Danny says, DVD and Film Bloke. I do a review on Frozen, bit of future, but I'll be sitting on the toilet flushing it. Well, fair enough. Danny says, Craig kissing Sean Connery.
Okay.
Radley says, Frozen is indeed pure garbage, and that song everyone claims to like, they know they're all lying.
Yeah.
Danny says, I think Pete should be the next Bond. No.
I'd see that.
Oh, thank you, Andy. DVD and Film Bloke says, you're not alone, Andy. Dalton is my favourite as well. Yeah.
Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, he's mine.
Dr. Impossible says, Pete's Bond drink of choice would be the orange stuff. What was it called, Pete? Larry's Aid? Lucasade.
It's Larry's Aid.
Yeah. Danny says, I've watched many depressing films, so in my old house, I thought the movies in the fire. I threw the movies in the fire. Wow.
Must have been depressing.
Must have been. Gary says, reports Warner Brothers are seriously considering firing Ezra Miller. He's a crazy person. I've heard he's been in trouble again and arrested again, so yeah, wouldn't
I heard
surprise me.
the guy who played the Joker in the deleted scene of the Batman's been arrested as well.
Yeah, I've heard about that as well, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what for, but...
No, I don't know about that, but I definitely do know about Ezra Miller. But obviously, if they sack him, what's going to happen to the Flash film and the Fantastic Beast films?
Yeah.
But we'll have to wait and see. Dr. Impossible says, Lucasade on ice. If you shake it, the stuff would explode. Yeah, I've had that many a times. Opened up a bottle of Lucasade all over me. DVD Film Bloke says, When the Wind Blows is not Studio Ghibli. It's a British animated film about an old couple trying to survive a nuclear fallout. It came out in the 80s during the height of the Cold War. Yes, I do know which one it is.
Right, okay.
DVD Film Bloke. Yeah, I'm pretty certain that was shown in school. I'm pretty certain I have seen it somewhere. It is very depressing. Danny says, I keep collecting and figuring out space issues later. What's important is physical media. Yeah.
100% agree.
Yeah. Danny says, what's Ghostbusters 2016? That's a good one. Let it go. Let it go. Oh, fuck. Radley says, nice chatting with you guys. Take care. See you all next time. Take care, Radley. Thanks for joining. DVD Fullback says, bye. Danny says, I thought Doctor Strange was a bit of a prick in Spider-Man, but I found Iron Man to be better suited with Spidey as they got on well, or just call him Steve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says, Spielberg's days have gone. He even sold his £1 billion yacht. Even his daughter entered the porn business. Wait, what?
Well,
What?
Wow. Dr. Impossible says, what did you think of Ridley Scott's Black Rain?
I thought it was all right.
Yeah, I haven't seen it in years, but I remember being a bit disappointed in it. It looked like a good movie, but yeah.
Is this the Michael Douglas one?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I remember picking up Black Rain and I picked up Falling Down as well. Because I was getting into Michael Douglas movies, and I remember like really being pumped to watch both of them. But Falling Down was by far the superior film. I was like, this is the one I'm going to go back to more often. And just Black Rain just paled.
Yeah. I've got it on DVD, Black Rain, but the DVD is so old that when I try and play it on my new TV, it's like the aspect ratio is like, proper letterbox. So it's like black bars at the sides and at the top. So it's like a really small picture, and it's just doesn't look very good to watch. So I'm gonna have to find another way of watching it, because I do want to give it another watch, because it's been a while.
I picked up a copy from Poundland a few years ago. I think it was a newer version, because it's like on one of these, like, is it 80s or 90s slip range?
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I haven't seen it yet, but I'll give it a watch soon. Edward says, what's your thoughts on The Railway Man?
I don't remember. A very forgettable film.
Is that the one with Nicole Kidman and Colin Firth?
Yeah.
It was all right.
Yeah. Just a bit forgettable for me.
Yeah, I get that. How about you, Mike?
I've not seen it.
Danny says Avatar 10 will happen in 100 years, where the blue monkey go ape. I think we'll get Avatar 10 sooner than you think, Danny. It'll probably be in about 6 years' time, considering the amount they've got coming.
Yeah.
But where is it now? Gary says Black Rain is okay.
Yeah.
Dot Impossible says best Muppet movie, the Muppet movie for me, and good night, gents. Great time as always. Thanks for joining, Dr. Impossible.
Yeah. Muppet Christmas Carol.
Same here. Love it.
Yeah.
Best Christmas film for me. Love it.
Yeah.
DVD and Film Bloke says hopefully the premium collection puts Purple Rain out on Blu-ray, plus all the UK DVDs use the same master so they're not anamorphic.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing a video about movies I'd like to see on the premium collection that don't have
That'd be a good idea.
But yeah, Purple Rain's all right. I don't mind that film. It's all right.
I could see it come out on the premiums because it's like a Warner Brothers sort of label. Most of them are Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And plus with like Flashdance and is it that'll kind of mix well with that sort of like the films have had sort of similar ilk. So yeah, that'll come out probably. DVD Film Bloke says I've not seen the Muppet movie. The best one is Muppets Christmas Carol. And good night.
Yeah.
I didn't mind the new Muppets film. That was good. Muppets Most Wanted was fine.
Yeah, I do like Treasure Island as well.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun. Muppets in Space isn't too bad. I didn't mind that one. Muppets Take Manhattan as well.
Yeah, that's okay. The Great Muppet Caper and the Muppet Movie.
They're all good fun at the end of the day.
I think one of the worst ones I've seen is probably the Wizard of Oz one.
I have not seen that one.
Yeah, it's not particularly very good.
Danny says Dad's Army remake or original movie. Original movie, I'd say.
I haven't seen either.
No, same.
I mean, the original movie is just like a TV show, extended version of the TV show, and the TV show is great. So,
yeah.
I wasn't overly a big fan of the remake. The remake had a great cast, but it was just like it wasn't needed. Danny says rate all 4 Men in Black films.
I'd put them in release, but I'd swap 3 and 2.
Yep, I would say 1, 3, 2, and all the way down, A Million Miles Away is international.
Yeah.
What about you, Mike?
I've only seen the first 2. I'm not really the biggest fan of the franchise, if I'm honest.
Yeah.
I even kind of have a hard time with the first one. I think it's good, but I don't know. Just not really the biggest fan.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Muppets Take Manhattan. Miss Piggy sings What Not to Like. DVD and Film Book says Purple Rain is Paramount, but the premium collection covers all sorts of studios. Started out with Warner, then there's more to come out. That's cool. I thought Purple Rain was under like Warner Brothers because that set I've got Sophie that has got Purple Rain in, and that's under the Warner Brothers label. So must be some sort of shared rights between all the different films. Gary says my favorite Michael Douglas film is Wall Street. He's great in the Oscar-winning role as a ruthless character. Yeah.
Gordon Gekko. Yeah.
Yeah. Danny says, have you watched Rush Hour films? No Blu-ray release. They're not in a hurry.
You can get the first one on Blu-ray, but maybe the third one. but the second one is you definitely can't get that one, which is a shame.
Yeah, I'm pretty certain you can get the third one on Blu-ray because I'm pretty certain that launched around the time Blu-rays were starting to pop up.
Yeah.
The second one's probably my favourite.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the first two. The third one I can do without.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'd be good if they did a Blu-ray release of that. But knowing studios, they'll probably release them separately.
Yeah.
Dot Impossible says The Dark Crystal, Jim Henson's masterwork. Yeah.
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 That's a dark movie.
DVD and Film Block says the Dad's Army movie and a few episodes were in that VHS slot, which I might get rid of because honestly, I couldn't get into Dad's Army. Yeah. Danny says rate all 3 Spider-Man films, then the Amazing Spider-Man films, then the MCU Spider-Man films.
Oof. All together or in 3 separate?
I'm going to say separate because he says then.
Okay, so the Maguire one's 2, 1, and then 3. The Garfield one's 1 and then 2. And then the Tom Holland one's 3, 2, 1.
I would have to agree with you there. Absolutely. 100%. How about you, Mike?
I think mine from Maguire it would be 2-1-3. Garfield probably 2-1. I did quite enjoy 2. And Tom Holland probably 3-1-2. Yeah,
that's good. Danny says Transformers went downhill after Megan Fox left. Transformers was always down, to be fair.
Yeah, it was downhill after the first movie.
Yeah.
I think the first movie's decent.
Yeah, the first one's enjoyable enough, but Revenge of the Fallen. Remember watching it and I was like, why you got humping dogs? Why you got humping robots? Why?
Yeah.
Such a weird thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a good movie, Revenge of the Fallen.
No.
The humor in it is atrocious.
It's so juvenile and unfunny.
Oh, yeah. It's painful.
It's about as much fun as a colonoscopy. DVD for Full Black says, "Oh fuck, I meant Black Rain, not Purple Rain. The fuck's wrong with me?"
Yeah. I thought he was talking about Black Rain, but I don't know. Just he seemed so sure because it was Purple Rain.
Yeah. Dr. Impossible says Purple Rain was a Warner Brothers. It was fully financed by the studio, and Prince music label was Warner Music. Ah, right.
I think the soundtrack's probably better than the movie, though.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. I haven't seen it, so it's one of the films that I do want to watch, but I'm not in no rush to watch it. DVD Film Bloke says, sorry, the titles are so similar, Black Rain, Purple Rain. No worries, mate.
All right, it happens.
Yeah. Danny says, have you watched Porridge and the spin-off called Going Straight? Yeah, great series.
Yeah, I've watched Porridge, but not Going Straight.
I also watched the Porridge film. I think the Porridge films, they do like a football team or something. That's pretty fun. Going Straight was good, but unfortunately, because like Richard Beckinsale passed away, they couldn't continue on. But it was a good continuation. I know they did remake Porridge a little bit later on a few years ago, but I wasn't that keen on it. We have the 4K lowdown here saying, "What's up, guys? Thanks for joining me." DVD and Film Bloke says, "Not seen Going Straight, but I really enjoyed Porridge. Yeah, it's a great series." Danny also says, Going Straight is amazing spin-off of Porridge, but only a few episodes long. Yeah. DVD and Film Bloke says, bloody Michael Bay, Jesus, Pearl Harbor, $2 million 200 million and a shit. Tora.
It's not a good movie.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says Fulton McKay is great. I always love him in anything. His appearances in Some Mothers Do Have Him always cracks me up. Yeah. Danny says, did they run out of money when they put Jodie in Doctor Who? What happened? No, they just had shit writers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Andy says, what's your thoughts on Underworld? Kate Beckinsale, enough said.
Yeah, they're forgettable movies for me.
Yeah.
I think the first one's the only one worth watching, if I'm honest.
I kind of compare them a little bit to the Resident Evil films. They're not great films, but they're enjoyable to just watch in the background. I do think the Resident Evil ones are a little bit better though.
They have such a dull color palette. Those movies, they're just so dark, and they all just sort of blend as one for me.
Yeah, you do get a good cast with them because Bill Nighy's in a few of them, isn't he?
Yeah, Michael Sheen, I think's in one or two of them.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're just forgettable. I can't really remember much about them.
Yeah. What about you, Mike?
I've not seen any of them. I think, like you guys say, I think whenever I've seen bits of them, they just look really generic, boring movies, and I just never had much of an interest to watch them.
Yeah. Danny agrees with this. Is DVD from Film Bloke. DVD from Film Bloke says, I actually have the published film on tape. I've had it a few years, so it's not mouldy, but I've yet to see it. It's a decent time. I think it's mostly repeated on BBC Two at Christmas, so probably be on the iPlayer. Danny says, can you rate the American Pie films and your favourite scenes?
We're going to be here all night.
Yeah, I'm just going to say, me and Anne, we both love these movies and probably quote every bit of dialogue from them.
Yeah, I mean, me, you, and Rich, we always get together and watch these movies. You know, if not yearly. It's like these are our go-to movies.
Yeah.
But I think
if I was to rank them, I wouldn't. I'm not going to include the spin-off ones. I'm just I'll just say probably 1, 2, 4, 3.
I would say exactly the same. But it's so close to call because I do like all 4 of these movies. But the third one's probably the bottom because it doesn't have the full cast.
Yeah.
That's the only reason. But I do think 1's probably the best film out of all 4 of them. But favorite scenes, there's too many. There's just too many. The whole movie, the movies are just We're even talking about it, we're laughing because I think when we watch them, we pull out scenes that aren't actually that funny, but we find them funny. It's one of that. It's a special franchise for me.
Yeah,
it's one I always hold dear.
Yeah, there's just stupid scenes like when Finch is on his moped and he's like, "Gentlemen, my destiny awaits," and it just he just stalls it, and just stupid bits like that probably aren't really that funny, but
it's
funny.
It's because our mutual friend. When you watch a movie with him, it is 100 times funnier than it should be. It's just such a fun experience when the 3 of us get together and watch these movies because I just hold them so dear because they're special to the 3 of us. But it's
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's a bond we have from school. Those movies are just I hold them with just such high regard, even though they're technically not the best movies. They're just.
But they mean a lot to you.
They mean a lot to me. Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I think I've only ever seen the first one and probably the final one and maybe the third one.
they're all right. They are what they are. But
I like the first one, and I did like the final one. That was pretty good. I can't really remember if I saw the third one, but I remember watching one called Bandcamp. Is it? Oh,
yeah,
oh,
yeah,
I had to turn that off.
I'd just say distance yourself from those movies as much as
Yeah, just
possible.
cheap cash grabs, aren't they?
I would just stick with the original cast.
Yeah.
Those 4 movies are, as I said, they're not great, but to me they're just so special because it's what me and Mike and our friend, we just have bonded over those 4 movies, and it's what always sort of brings us back together. You know, even when we were at university and things like that, those movies sort of seem to have always brought us back. It's just, of course, I just have a special place in my heart for those movies.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah.
Dr. Impossible says Babylon 5. Did you ever watch that US TV series? Just started watching.
never watched it.
No, heard of it, but never ever watched it.
No, I don't think I've watched it, but I think my mum has watched it. I think she likes it. DVD Film Bloke says, coincidentally, Pearl Harbor was in the lot of tapes. It's one of the only ones I wouldn't feel sorry getting rid of. Yeah, we have that upstairs as well. We have that on VHS. Yeah, we have.
It was one of the first Blu-rays I got. Pearl
Was
Harbor.
it?
Yeah, but I actually enjoyed it the first time I watched it. But being a naive, whatever I was when I watched it, and you actually did a bit of research about the actual history of Pearl Harbor. That movie's an absolute insult.
Yeah, I have heard.
Yeah.
Gary's favourite is the second one.
Yeah, no, I completely get it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny's favourite is the first one. Danny also says Jackass new movie thoughts and the old TV shows and movies. How would you compare them?
It's very difficult to compare those movies because I think they're not really movies; they're just a sort of series of pranks. But they have to sort of, I think each one has to sort of be funnier than the last for it to be a success. And I think all of them do that. In my opinion, I can watch all 4 of those movies and have an absolute blast, and they make me laugh. I just think they're a great time.
Yeah.
But I haven't seen the TV show in a long time. Long time.
DVD Film Bloke says Pearl Harbor is only slightly mouldy. It's so shit even the mould don't want to eat it. Oh, that's brilliant. Danny says In-Betweeners tried to be funny, but I never got into it.
That's fair enough. Again, yeah, I enjoy it for what it is.
Yeah,
I do. It does make me chuckle.
Yeah, some of the situations they get themselves into is absolutely hilarious.
Yeah.
The only one I haven't seen is obviously the second film, but I've heard a lot of people aren't keen on it.
Yeah, it's all right. I kind of it takes things that happened in the first one and it kind of just throws them out the window. It kind of does what Last Jedi does to Force Awakens a little bit. If I'm honest, it throws things out the window.
I kind of think the first movie was like a good place to just end it completely. I think the second movie just takes it. That's that one step too far. Like it should have just ended with the first movie.
Because I think it was kind of like people wanted a bit more. They wanted something more. And it was kind of like, oh, let's just do the gap year idea.
Yeah.
And it felt rushed and it didn't work. And as I said, it kind of just trampled on some of the things that happened in the first movie.
Yeah.
And it didn't end on a good note for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get that. Yeah, one of the reasons why I like the series so much is because like it hasn't outstayed its welcome. It's only like 3 series, 20 odd episodes, good enough. Then you got the film as just like a nice little appetizer, little extra to round it all things off nicely. But like, I might not even bother with the second one because I think that film, the first film, just ends it off nicely. The series was at an all-time high, and they just ended it off just nicely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Danny says, I have bought any of your bought Pirates Blu-rays because it's not been released on physical. Have you bought any Pirate Blu-rays if they haven't been released on physical?
Oh, I thought he was on about the Pirates of the Caribbean movies.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought.
Oh, loads, absolute loads. I buy stuff on physical if it's only available on streaming. I get bootlegs of it all the time. I know you shouldn't support the bootleg market, but I will if it's the only option I've got to get a movie on physical, because I always push for physical. I'll always want physical. I'll never want streaming. I just don't like it. It's not my preferred way to watch movies. But yeah, I will absolutely, of course, support and buy pirate Blu-rays if it's the only way.
What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I'm the same, really. I don't think I have that many bootlegs, but yeah, I will. If I really want them and that's the only way to get them, then yeah, I'll do that.
I haven't got any, but there's a few that I would like to get that haven't got physical releases. And again, if these studios are just being hardball and not releasing them physically, then it is the route you got to go down with. It does feel like they're missing a trick, especially Disney and Netflix with some of their shows and films. It just seems a bit odd.
Yeah, I'd like to get that that Abyss one that you've got, Andy. But I think when I looked at it, it was just a bit too expensive for me. Yeah, that was the only problem.
Yeah, I did. I think I paid 30 quid for it.
Yeah,
and yeah, that was a bit steep, but I think it was just at the time I could afford it, and
yeah,
I kind of just I was going through, you know, when you go through that phase where it's like, right, I'm going to spend so much money on updating Blu-rays to updating DVDs to Blu-ray. It's just like that's what I'm focusing on right now. And I was like, okay, well, the Abyss is one of the ones I kind of want to get, because the Blu-ray for it looks great.
Yeah,
like, it really does the film justice. You know, because the DVD is not good.
No,
looking back at it. But yeah, I'd say if you want to get it, that's the way to go.
Yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
Dot Impossible says, why it's a Disney film from Pearl Harbor to Disney Star Wars, what's not to like? Danny says, why Disney Plus won't release on physical? A lot of great shows not put them out on Blu-ray. It's all down to the money. Want people to stay on Disney Plus, unfortunately. Even though if Mandalorian Season 1 come out on Blu-ray, they'd probably charge 30 or 35 quid for it. They still won't release it.
See, the thing is, I'd happily buy all those shows on Blu-ray. I'd happily spend the money on those shows because I do enjoy them, particularly the Marvel ones. I'd even buy the Pam and Tommy on Blu-ray because I really like that show.
Yeah, that was good.
I don't have the option, so to own it on physical, I have to go bootleg. It's their fault for not giving me the choice. At the end of the day.
Yeah, I agree. I think what Disney should do is like probably give them a year or two shelf life on Disney Plus, then release them on Blu-ray.
Yeah.
Because they're stuck to that digital platform, so if anything happens, you could say they're lost to time because we have not got that physical copy that we can keep as like a backup, so to speak, if you get what I mean. Dot Impossible says, because Disney wants you to watch these films and TV shows on streaming forever. Money, 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 throwing that like that. Danny says, rate every Star Trek TV series, then movies.
I've only seen the original and Next Generation,
Mm.
and the 10 movies and the 3 movies that came after, but I couldn't rate them.
No, I've only ever seen a few episodes. I don't even know what series of them. I've seen some of the old films, but I've only seen like properly like the new trilogy, and I think I rate the new trilogy like the best one's 1, then 2, then 3.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed that trilogy. It's a pretty decent trilogy. What about you, Mike?
Yeah, I've got. Thankfully, I've got the list of the movies ranked on Letterboxd, so I can do the movies. So I've got from best to worst 2, 4, 6, 7, Into Darkness, Star Trek 1, 3, the 2009 one, First Contact, Nemesis, Insurrection, Beyond, and 5 last. But I still like 5, but one of them has to be last. The TV series, I've seen most of them. Deep Space Nine is my favorite. Then probably Enterprise and Next Generation. After that, I'm not too sure, but they're probably my top 3.
Yeah. Gary says, I have a lot of bootleg 70s Giallo movies because they aren't officially released available. Yeah, see?
Yeah, don't blame you.
Yeah. DVD from Film Bloke says, let's hope no one from Disney is here, Andy. Tut, 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 naughty, naughty.
Well, if they gave me the option, but they don't. So.
Well, if Disney's here and they're listening, probably they're thinking, oh, we'll probably release them on physical. It's open.
Well, that's money Disney have missed out on. Release on physical, so it's their own fault.
Yeah, and they want to tie like the MCU to these TV shows, and people who don't have internet, there might be people who don't have internet who just go out to their shop to buy a Marvel film. They will miss out on these shows.
Exactly.
DVD Film Book says, the only bootleg I have is the second series of Chalk, which consists of 4 VHS transfers, as the second series isn't out on DVD. Danny says, I just want the MCU on Blu-ray to add to my collection and watch it as there's missing the gaps on my shelf. Yeah. Danny says, we need to shut down Disney.
Disney Plus.
Yeah. Dodd Impossible says, look at Netflix. No Blu-ray releases at all except The Irishman, and I think you got Marriage Story as well, didn't you? Yeah. Gary says, favourite Star Trek has to be Wrath of Khan. Still need to see that.
I think mine's probably Undiscovered Country. I just dig that movie.
Yeah. Danny says, I've seen every TV series and movies of Star Trek. Discovery was great, but could have been better. The best episode was when they met Captain Pike.
Couldn't get into Discovery at all. Just wasn't for me.
Dot Impossible says Disney stays until one day maybe 1 or 2 corps own all the entertainment industries. Danny says, when I went on holiday, they used to sell pirate DVDs and they sell the latest movies and even had their own pirate DVD shops. Yep. That's very much true. I know when my friend went abroad, he came home with hordes of like stuff like that. It's like, oh look, I got this film. It's only just come out. I'm like, how did you get that? Oh, I knew the guy from abroad. So yeah. So yeah, I think we'll finish it up for tonight. That's the final comment for tonight. We've done real well. We've got 17 people still watching, so thank you everybody at home who's still watching. So yeah, that'll do it for tonight. So I'd like to thank Andy and Mike as always for coming on the stream.
Thanks, Pete.
Yeah, and I'd like to thank Movies with James for popping on for a little while. It's always great to have him on the stream. And thank you at home for watching. Join us again next week where our special guest will be Bumpers Movies. So till next time, bye.